Mr. President, before we get started, can we go through the board norms?
Sure.
Can everybody take a norm and read through it? Read out loud.
Number 1, actively listen to all perspectives.
Close the loop, responding to concerns and questions as a unified board. Model professionalism we expect from all members of the district and community. Customer service oriented. Number 4.
Assume positive intent.
Reading's number 4.
See.
Number 5. Be positive and responsive.
Thank you.
All the regular meeting of Cobre Board of Education into session. It is 5:01. Let the minutes show that Mr. Molina is still not here. He's still working the fires. And please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This flag of the state of New Mexico, the Z symbol of perfect friendship among the United Cultures. Move this to item 2A. Entertain a motion for approval of agenda items.
I'll move.
Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second. Second by Ms. Murillo.
Could we make a few corrections, please?
Yes, go
I'd
ahead.
like to move 3D to right after the approval of the agenda items, and then 6G after that. And I'd like to ask that we take a break after the public input of 4, a 15-minute break.
You said 6 what? G?
6G. 3D and then 6G.
Any other corrections? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Move this to item 3B.
Mr. President, board members, I'd like to introduce Amber Romero with the New Mexico Public Education Department. She'd like to do a presentation about the Educator Fellow Program.
Hello, Mr. President, members of the board, thank you for having me tonight. I did prepare a presentation, but I'm not sure if it's come through yet.
Oh, it's almost ready.
Very thankful to be here. Members of the community, thank you for having me. I'm just here tonight to talk a little bit and provide you some information about a very exciting program that New Mexico is offering to your community and what it can do for this community. So I look forward to talking about our program. In case you're able to see the information. Dr. Stella, will it be?
Still downloading, sorry.
feedback is coming because the speaker's on for the district's computer and his computer.
Just turn off your audio on your computer.
I just did. Thank you.
While we're waiting, I drove here from Las Cruces, and I am sure thankful for the cool air here. I really, I'm be here. It's beautiful.
You should have seen it yesterday after the rain.
I bet it was beautiful. It was able to come up early and go have lunch with an old colleague and friend, and I'm hoping to come back soon and stay. Cool. Okay. Okay. Yay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. I'll try to be quick. I've gotten pretty good at talking about our program quickly. So the Educator Fellows Program is a 2-year program that is managed and made possible through the New Mexico Department of Education. And we're able to provide this program to over 70 LEAs across the state of New Mexico by using our American Rescue Fund Act funds. These are the same funds that your school district has received, but this is the state's portion of their funds, and we are poised to address 2 of our major challenges as we recover from the pandemic. Both of our goals are equally important. Our first goal is to address the students' academic and social emotional needs by improving our student-to-teacher ratios. This would allow for your school district to bring in additional additional adults, teachers, classified employees who can improve our adult to student ratio and make it a little bit easier to provide that small group targeted intervention, high dosage tutoring, and one-on-one support. Whatever your data is showing you that your school needs, you have some additional resources to address those academic and social emotional needs. The second goal that the program is poised to address is to create a new educator pathway for schools in New Mexico by building up our teacher workforce. I'm going to share with you a little bit about how this program works and how it will work here in your school districts if you choose to participate in the program. So typically, this is what a classroom setup might look like. Some classrooms have educational assistants and others do not. But typically we have our classroom teacher and we have an educational assistant in that classroom if they do have an educational assistant. So if we were to rewind the clock back 3 years, this is what it would look like. And if we were to fast forward the clock after our art funding is no longer available, these are still the supports that we would have in our classroom. But Educator Fellows is attempting to bring in this additional support so that we can better address our students' needs. In addition, one of the big benefits of the program in supporting our Educator Fellows to go to school is to allow them professional leave so that they can go complete the required coursework that they have. So while they're seeking their degree in education, they're able to, let's just say, go to school at Western. They're learning in their classes how to become a teacher, but they have this unique opportunity to leave the classroom and then return back to the classroom and implement those things that they're learning. So it really gives you this opportunity to grow your own educators. They're able to learn what the school environment's like, what it's like to work with students. They're able to explore and think, you know, do I like high school? Do I like middle school? Do I like elementary school? And it gives them this really exciting opportunity to learn before they're actually a classroom teacher. And whenever they're gone to complete their coursework, the functioning of the classroom remains intact. We're not losing that support that we would already have. These are additional individuals that would be in your building. So who can apply to become Ed Fellows? Anyone with a high school diploma or equivalent, and those who are currently pursuing a degree in education or wish to seek a degree in education. So our Ed Fellows could be people who are currently employed in your district. They might be seniors who just graduated last school year and they're looking to become educators. One of the really unique things about this program is we're also able to accept individuals who maybe they're going to school for a business degree and they're closer to that. And instead of completing that degree and moving into alternative licensure right away, we could give them that experience to complete their degree, but also they'll be in the classroom learning how to become an educator. And whenever they complete that, then we can work with the school district to then move them into an alternative licensed teaching position. But they've got a lot of training under their belt before they go there. So what does this mean for individuals who already work for your school district? Are they allowed to apply if they're an EA who might be already going to school, but they're only able to take 1 or 2 classes at a time because they have obligations to meet in their building and they can only go after hours? So they are welcome to apply, and they would follow your local bargain process in order to do so. These Ed Fellows would be employees of the Cobre schools, and therefore they would follow that same process. If they were accepted into the program and you chose to hire them, then essentially they would leave a vacancy that would need to be filled, because we want to ensure that we are addressing that increased adult to student ratio. So if we only, if we were to take somebody who was already in position as an EA, we would need to refill their position, otherwise we wouldn't be meeting that goal of increasing the amount of adults in your schools. So really, I've come to look at this program as an opportunity to remove as many roadblocks as possible, both for educators and for students. As we emerge from the pandemic, we start hearing a lot about high dosage tutoring, and we really need to give these kids what they need. But our teachers are under a lot of pressure. As we know, they're under a lot of stress. They need more resources in order to meet those high demands that we had pre-COVID. So removing those roadblocks for a teacher to have that extra support in their classroom to say, look, I need you to go read with this kid, because the teacher can't do that. It's an extreme advantage to that classroom to have that extra person there. Secondly, as an administrator from a building, I've worked with several EAs who are just really the backbone of our schools. And many of them do wish to return to school, but the time commitment to complete a bachelor's program while they're working full time, it proves to be really a big challenge. And so this allows them sort of this opportunity to continue to work, to continue to receive their benefits, but they have the flexibility without penalty to go to school. And so they don't have to make that choice of, do I continue to get an income? Do I continue to qualify for my benefits for my family, but not go to school very long? Now they can do both. So these are the supports that are included in our program. Every Ed Fellow is provided with professional leave to attend their required coursework at the university of their choice. They will also receive professional leave to attend the academy opportunities provided by my program. So we will also be offering wraparound professional development on a quarterly and monthly basis for Ed Fellows to attend and then apply in the classroom. They do receive a full classified salary and benefits, along with a stipend that helps offset the cost of tuition. One thing that I like to talk about our Ed Fellows about that just happened in the last legislative session was the passage of the Opportunity Scholarship. So while that's not part of my program necessarily, most of our Ed Fellows will qualify as long as they're a New Mexico resident, have not already completed a bachelor's degree, and are attending a public New Mexico institution. They should be able to have some support, if not all of their tuition covered under that scholarship. So the stipend really is beneficial to our Ed Fellows, especially in today's economy. They receive that clinical experience, which to me is invaluable. I would love to stand here and say, I will give them the best professional development they've ever had, because I'm pretty good at it, but that's not the truth. The truth is the best professional development that any educator has and will ever receive will be from the teacher next door. And this opportunity really provides time for our educators to come in before they become certified teachers to learn from the best and understand the vision of your district and your school. And then in addition, they will be assigned a regional coach who can help support them throughout the program. We just talked about that. So what is included in this grant if Cobre decides to accept their MOU would be a reimbursement of up to $32,500 per ed fellow per year for a total of 2 years to cover their salary and benefits. They do receive a stipend of $4,000. That comes out to $1,000 a semester. And as I mentioned, if they're able to qualify for the Opportunity Scholarship, that really can go toward gas, if they need a computer, whatever they need. And then we're also able to reimburse the district costs of background check and licensing fees. The Ed Fellows are hired by the district, so it works as a reimbursement process. We provide the funding to the district, and they become an employee of your district. So that's very intentional. We want them to receive the benefits, but we really would like to provide the opportunity for our districts and LEAs to grow their own and build from within and retain these licensed teachers, hopefully at the end of this 2 years. Of course, our program can support you during that hiring process, but the district will hire their own Ed Fellows. So the benefits of becoming an Ed Fellow are that flexibility to complete coursework. They do receive full benefits, including retirement and contributions to health. They do receive a stipend, and that helps to offset the cost of tuition. And then, as we mentioned, that hands-on clinical experience, as well as ongoing coaching, feedback, and targeted professional development. The benefits of having these Ed Fellows in your school means that you're increasing your adult to student ratio, and it will not impact your budget. You're able to more readily provide targeted intervention to students, and then you're building that capacity within your district and school from your own community of degreed educators who already connect with your culture and your unique vision. And then you are now able to be involved and be very active in our higher education pathway. How do these Ed Fellows work in the classrooms? They can and should be utilized to support small group interventions, targeted instruction, and one-on-one support. They could be placed in one grade level in one classroom. They could work with an entire grade level, or they can work with an entire school based on the needs of that school. Another exciting thing about the program is it's really an opportunity for the Ed Fellow to explore. So they may come to you and say, look, I'm not sure if I want to do high school or kindergarten, let's say. And we can give them both placements. We can give them a kindergarten placement one semester and then let them go explore the high school the next. And then we can also help place them according to the needs of their Ed Prep program. This was the criteria that was used to recommend the awards. Dr. Spalletta reached out immediately after coming on board here, and he did submit a request for the program, and so those official MOUs will be coming out next week, hopefully this week. But these are the criteria that were used to determine the ratio of Ed Fellows that a district or school would qualify for. And these are set forth by using the Ozzie Martinez lawsuit as a guiding resource in how we would determine how many Ed Fellows each district or school would receive. So we have prioritized elementary schools. It does not mean that elementary schools can't participate, but the way that the application was written was for early childhood literacy. So if you were in elementary school or have an elementary school in your district, you received a priority point. Also, we were looking for schools who serve at least 10% of their population are English language learners. districts or schools who serve at least 20% of their population or special education. And then we were also looking at schools who serve at least 10% of their population as Native American. And finally, our economically disadvantaged schools serving at least 50% of that population. And based on that, we applied a ratio. So if a district or a school met all 5 indicators, they could be awarded up to 1 Ed Fellow for every 25 students. And then it goes down from there. And that is all that I have for you today. I stand for questions.
Any question?
I have a question. Some of the schools right now are facing student loss, and you said that if one of the employees in our district wanted to go on this program, and they got on this program, and we had to have a reduction of force, how would that affect that person in the college?
Do you mean immediately or at the end of the 2 years?
Well, during the 2 years.
During the 2 years. So the way the program works on our end is that we reimburse the district automatically. So I would kind of rely on the school district to give me more guidance in that. But typically these contracts for these Ed Fellows would work just like they would with any other federally funded program. So that is a little bit separate than your general budget. So that funding would continue to come in regardless of your student population for these Ed Fellows because they would be approved at that point.
Thank you.
I have some questions. There's a local bargain process. What is that?
So this presentation is meant to kind of serve as a universal tool for everybody. So if you have a local bargain agreement with a union, then you would follow the union bargain process for how your district goes through the hiring process. And each district is different.
Also, what the stipend is universal, so if a person has not been employed or anything prior to that, it will be that fixed figure of 32,500.
Yes, sir. So again, we really are looking to give each district that local control and how you would like to implement your program. So we have up to 32,500 to reimburse each district. So if a district chooses to pay more or less, that would be up to them. But it is important to know that we only take reimbursements for the actuals. So let's say that in Cobre they decide to pay 28,500, then you would get reimbursed exactly 28,500.
What would be the criteria to vary the pay?
That would be a local decision. So my advice is to give these individuals the highest advantage that we can.
So will we be funded like a total amount of money? So therefore, if you go to the highest one each time, there'll be less people in the classrooms, as opposed to going to a little bit lower than that and allowing us to get more people in the classroom.
So for example, you all applied for and will likely be getting an MOU, and I can't give you that official announcement until the MOU comes out, for 10 Ed Fellows. So for those 10 Ed Fellows, the Cobre School District can request reimbursement for 32,500 times 10 for 2 years in a row. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So that part's already, the number of people has already been established.
So whenever I share that criteria, yes, then I'll go through the applications and look at what your demographics are and what you qualify for and what we have allocated. So this is actually the second round of awards that have gone out. And so as I mentioned, Dr. Spalletta immediately jumped on an opportunity to advocate for your district to take advantage of this.
Last question. And this is kind of operational in terms of, your diagram of the teacher, the EA, and then the fellow. Absent the EA, say, I'm curious as to how will you ensure that the fellow is getting instruction on how to become a teacher rather than being used as an EA?
That is a great question. So part of our MOU, whenever a district decides, you apply and you say, okay, we want this many, and then we come back and say, well, you qualify for this. And then the district has to decide. You don't have to accept your MOU, but you certainly can. But the terms of the MOU do very explicitly state that these ed fellows, while their salary may be the same as your EA, their function is not. They are not to be pulled for covering duties, substitute teaching. We know that without the approval of myself, we know that those things come out, and we know that they're going to happen occasionally. But what we don't want to do is our goal is to build these people up to want to stay here, and their job really needs to be very focused and centered on students' outcomes and working for students and with students. And secondly, if they're tied to a classroom serving as a substitute, or if they're covering a lot, they're having to go do duty, then they're not able to go to class. As I mentioned, that they're granted that. So if they have class from 8 to 10 and they're tied to a classroom, they wouldn't be able to do that. So that's a great question, that if we choose to go into an agreement, the district agrees that those things will not happen.
That kind of led to another question now. In the sense that there's that criteria, how is it monitored, and do we get progress reports on our compliance with that, and so we can adjust?
That's a great question. So part of the program's job will be to see how far they're going. The Ed Fellows will have that regional coach, as we mentioned, and that we would work with the administrative team that they're in that building with to monitor their progress and adjust the coaching that we're giving that Ed Fellow. In addition, we're looking to progress monitor how close they're getting to becoming a teacher. So our goal is to really get as many people as far as we can. We may have some Ed Fellows who come to this only lacking their student teaching, and what a great opportunity for them, because they could come in, do their student teaching, and get paid for it, where historically teachers have to suffer from not having an income and maybe working at night to do that. So they'll be able to do that and then move into one of your classrooms, hopefully. Or we may have a student who's coming right out of high school and they get to just get as far as they can in that 2 years. So.
Just a comment. This is the second presentation I've heard about this program, and it's been exciting since the very first one.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see we're in that direction.
Yes, sir. I am so excited and passionate about this program. I think it's greatly, deeply needed, and I'm just thankful to be here and be a part of it.
I have some questions. The teacher that has the Ed Fellow in their classroom, will they be receiving a stipend to kind of mentor this Ed Fellow?
That's a great question. So right now, the way the budget stands, no, they'll get that 30. We only are able to reimburse that 32.5
To the Ed Fellow.
to the Ed Fellow, or to the district, who will then pay the Ed Fellow the stipend and the licensing fees. Now, it doesn't mean that I can't go back to PED and advocate for that if the need comes out, and maybe there would be budget adjustments. The other thing to consider is each LEA does have local control. And if that's a direction that your district would like to use, you're welcome to apply some of your own art funding to provide some extra stipend for a teacher that might be taking on an Ed Fellow.
And is there a certain level that the teachers have to be to accept an Ed Fellow?
No, so this is a little bit
They
different than like
level
if you get a student teacher. So if you get a student teacher, there are very specific guidelines in what they need to do. With this, we're looking at it like we have this extra person, we have the wraparound supports, we have the coaches, they're functioning and learning, but there's no expectation on the classroom teacher. They're able to just have that extra support.
And so they would also be teaching them, like in the beginning, how to do interventions, how to do that support instruction.
Correct, and that's also the part of my program. So we'll be providing initially a 2-day Jumpstart Academy that will begin with building relationships with students, classroom management, and how do you provide intervention. And then of course, the other side to it is we want them to be grown within your district. So first and foremost, they would be an employee of Cobre Schools. So we want them to attend all the professional development that you have to offer. We want them attending as many professional learning communities as we can. We want them shadowing, we want them observing, and then implementing the vision of your district. Thank you.
The other question.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Can I
you.
ask one question? As a person here who is considering the program, I was curious, what is the anticipated start date?
Of the program?
Exactly.
So if Cobre accepts their MOU, then the anticipated start date would be the same day that the rest of the staff would start.
So could it be when school begins this year? I asked because I'm gonna be starting college again in January. So I was just concerned not going to school this fall, how that would affect it.
So in the MOU that I mentioned earlier, the petition to move into an agreement, a candidate does have up to a semester from their date of hire to enroll in school. So that would be a big burden to put on somebody to say, why don't you enroll before you even know that you're accepted? So part of our process would be to coach you and help you determine which university would best meet your needs, and you would have that time if you were chosen by the district.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Board President and board members, I'd like to introduce our new Executive Administrative Assistant. She came by to say hello to everyone, Jennifer Exton.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Please feel free to call if you have any questions or anything. We can be assisted. I can be assisted. Can't speak for the rest of the board, but if I can help you, then yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. President, board members, we have several people online with us. They represent the law firm of McHale, Parkhurst, and Horton. That's Greg Salinas and Jacqueline Hale. And also Regina is there. Asked us to do research and work on the gym bond project. So they're going to talk to you a little bit about that. We're also going to talk to you later in the presentation about that gym project.
We'll move this to item 2B.
Board members, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. This is Greg Salinas. I'm a partner with the law firm McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton. With the Cuddy firm, we've acted as bond counsel to the district's bond issues over the last, I'd say, 28 years. And the reason for this engagement to my law firm relates to the Series 2017 bonds of the district. Back on December 1 of 2017, the district issued $3.5 million of bonds that were purchased by the New Mexico Finance Authority. As it turns out, that presently the district has approximately 1.1 million of those bond proceeds that have not been spent. Generally, the federal tax code requires that tax-exempt bond proceeds be spent within 5 years of their issue date. And in conversations that I've had with Joyce Barella and representatives of RBC, it doesn't appear that the district has the ability to spend those funds by December 1 of this year. That isn't the end of the world. Generally, we would advise a district in that circumstance to spend the bond proceeds on qualified expenditures as quickly as they could, even beyond that 5-year period. But one of the, and that's what we would advise now. However, the New Mexico Finance Authority is very particular and reads documents very closely. And we have a standard requirement in our resolutions that we ask political subdivisions school district Cobre back in 2017, that if you were unable to spend the bond proceeds within the 5-year period, that you're required to get an opinion from nationally recognized bond counsel with respect to that circumstance and the tax exempt status on the bonds. Again, normally, and that's in every one of our documents, normally we just informally advise political subdivisions, governmental entities, spend the money as quickly as you can. The IRS isn't going to go after a rural New Mexico school district because they haven't spent all their bond proceeds. However, the requirement is to get an opinion. So the engagement that we're asking the board to approve tonight is to engage my law firm to render that opinion, again, required by the 2017 bond issue. I can answer any questions, but I think what we've done is we've attached the form of legal opinion that we would render, and it'll be based on representations of the superintendent, all the facts of which are what I've discussed with Joyce Borrello, what she's discussed with the district's architect. Again, this isn't really a huge matter. Bottom line, the federal government doesn't want more tax-exempt bonds in the market before they're really needed. And so there's this arbitrary 5-year period. We're going to get past that 5-year period, so we're going to have to render a legal opinion. Again, I think the district is planning to use the money on a gymnasium at an one of your 3 elementary schools, spend half the money by December 1, the remaining by June 2023. All those facts are in the certificate from the superintendent. We'll rely on those facts, render our legal opinion. I threw a lot very quickly, but if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer or attempt to answer those questions.
Question? If it is, this is Gilbert Guadiana from the board, and if there is something that gets in the way of us being able to construct this, do we still have an alternative? Whether it's a matter of the ground that is supposed to be built on has some issues that may need further mitigation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So for political subdivisions, for school districts, it's based on the reasonable expectation of the district at the time that either the bonds were issued, that you're going to spend the $3.5 million in 5 years. That was your reasonable expectation in 2017. Today, it's your reasonable expectation that you will let a contract for the construction of the elementary school gymnasium by September, spend half of the 1.1 million by December 1 and the remainder by June of 2023. That's the reasonable expectation of the district. Facts can change, and it's so nothing is hammered into stone. But as soon as those facts change, again, we would advise, okay, there's been a new capital priority of the district, and so you're not going to do a new elementary school, but you have to, I don't know, build a new cafeteria at the middle school. Well, as soon as that decision is made, it needs to be implemented with the goal, again, of spending the bond proceeds as quickly as you can after that December 1, 2022 5-year period is over.
And so the project may change, but the amount being spent in those timeframes, the half of it by December 1st, and then the other half of it by the end of June.
Again, that's as long as the district is doing everything that's prudent to spend those monies as quickly as it can. If you know you're paying out $100,000 quicker, or you're paying $100,000 out slower, that's not the end of the world. What this 5-year period is and I'm not gonna, I mean, it's just, let me give you an example. El Paso County, Texas has a real problem with unspent bond proceeds, but it was over a 10-year period. And after the 10-year period, the Internal Revenue Service was was and in fact drew a line in the sand and said, you know, this is too long. So if we're talking about going 6 months beyond the 5-year period, or a little bit longer, again, the IRS isn't out for the Cobre School District. It's just identify a qualified expenditure and get the money spent as quickly as you can. Based on my conversations with Ms. Varela, the district has identified a gymnasium program, or a gymnasium construction program at one of the 3 elementary schools, is planning to use that money, spend a bulk or a significant portion of the 1.1 by December 1, and the remainder by June. That's what your expectation is today. If it changes, it changes, and we'll deal with that. But I don't believe that it's the end of the world if the facts aren't exactly as you anticipate today.
Thank you. So what you're saying is that if we get the money obligated to do that, we won't lose it.
It's not the obligation. Again, the policy consideration of the federal government is they give this subsidy to state and local governments, being that the interest isn't subject to federal income tax, so political subdivisions can borrow at a lower rate. What the federal government wants is you can issue those tax exempt bonds, but you have to have a real project. You have to spend the money. And again, their concern is, and the reason they established the 5-year deadline is, they don't want, say, the state of New Mexico to issue, you know, $50 million of severance tax bonds for projects that they know they're not going to start until 8 years from now. Because the federal government says, wait, you've burdened the tax exempt market, you've burdened the federal government by issuing debt before you needed to. So that's, again, the policy consideration for the 5-year limitation. But again, it's the reasonable expectation of the district today that you found a substitute project, the gymnasium, and that you're planning to let that contract fairly rapidly within the next 60 days, steel and concrete, prepay that $550,000 today, reasonable expectation that that'll be spent by December 1, and the remaining $550,000 will be spent as the construction, or as the facility is actually built, labor cost, and you're done in June. Again, just the expectation of the district today, and that's acceptable.
Any other questions?
Mr. Board President, board members, I recommend that we approve the engagement of McCall Important Special Tax Counsel with respect to the bond proceeds related to the district's 2017 bonds.
For the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second. Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other questions?
We have to fill in the part where it says the campus of Central Elementary, is the blank right there on the back. On the resolution.
Yes.
Okay, so I move we approve it and identify Central Elementary as the site.
Any other questions? Call for the vote, Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Item, 2C.
In your packet, there's a copy of the June 6th board meeting minutes for your approval.
Entertain a motion to approve minutes of, June 6th. Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Cordova. Any questions on the minutes? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion passes. Entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of June 13th. Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second. Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other questions or comments on the June 13th? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion passes. Moves us to item 2E.
Ms. Montoya is here to present the Cobre High School handbook for this upcoming school year.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the board. In your packet, you should have had a copy of the 2022-23 handbook. I highlighted some of the changes. So if you turn to page 7, the only thing highlighted is, again, the class of 2026 will go back up to 26 credits from the 24 that we had knocked down due to COVID. So now we have 2 classes, the 25 and 26 classes, that will go back to 26 credits in order to graduate. And then I handed out page 8 is this change in from the handbook. And I'm going to go with the easier part first. On the very bottom, the new transfer student enrollment, I added in what the NMAA had asked us to include in about transferring students, how it might affect their eligibility for athletics. And then we have the bylaws on the next page.
What page is that?
Page 8.
Okay, and in that, I had a question on that. I don't know if you want us to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
You have the one part that's highlighted in terms of extra course. It's got the must capitalized and bolded. It says extra course or material fees must be paid by the student parent. Is that new?
Skip that spot. I'll get to it right now.
Hold on.
I went to the easy spot, the NMAA inclusion. So on the college bound, and all of this shouldn't have actually been highlighted. I had highlighted it to help me with Mr. Benyon when we were trying to fix. But what Cobre pays for are the general tuition and books and fees. There are some courses like welding, nursing that take extra fees. The parents do pay that because they end up keeping it. So like the student would have to pay for their scrubs because they keep it. But the general stuff we do cover. So it was already in there. The only thing that changed on the top part was on the bottom of the second paragraph, where all withdrawn courses after the first week of WNMU semester or withdrawn as a WF at WNMU will be added to Cobre's transcripts. So if you see my little squiggly marks, I wanted to make sure I got this correct. So if they drop a class before they begin, it doesn't go on their transcript and nothing gets affected at the high school. But once the class starts and they drop it, it goes to a WF, so it's a withdrawal. So it does end up as an F on the transcript at the high school. So what we're doing too right now is creating a agreement and a contract to let the parents know
that if they drop in the middle of the semester, it will go in as an F on their transcript at the high school level.
What confuses that is the first sentence of that paragraph, which is students are not allowed to drop classes once they begin the semester.
Well, we should change it to encourage, not to drop. Yeah.
I have a question. Is Western the only university a student can choose to do dual enrollment or take classes, or if they wanted to take an online class from UNM or?
Right now, we only have the contracts through Western. So we would have to look at getting contracts with the other universities. So then if you go to page 9, I highlighted masks because I didn't know if we were supposed to still leave it in there or not. So I just left it in there.
We can say something.
Yeah. Yeah, and so that's what I have in fact, or corporate high school will follow all CDC guidelines set forth. I didn't have very many changes this year.
Mexico guidelines?
Yes, it's in there. Oh no, it isn't. So I can add there Mexico guidelines. Can I still have this? NMPED.
Or Department of Health?
Because we have to follow the NMPD puts out to us and they're okay. Based on work with the Department of Health and the CDC guidelines.
PED and Department of Health?
I mean, in our COVID handbook, it has all three: CDC, Department of Health, and
Are they just adding DOH?
And then if you go to page 12, under progress and report cards, we are going to start mailing progress reports if they have an F. Before it was just left on PowerSchool and parents' responsibility of checking PowerSchool, but now we are going to mail out F reports.
That's at the end of the year?
No, progress reports. So 4 weeks and then report card and then, so progress reports are at the 4 weeks.
Oh, I see.
Well, they just sent like certified mail to make sure the parents received it and the kids didn't get it and threw it away.
Oh, you must be talking about my son. No. We normally don't send them through certified. But what we can do is have the guidance secretary call to ensure they got it. And then on page 14, under computer services, oh, I'm like in the middle of the camera. I added the Chromebooks that they're going to be issued through the library and just to refer to the district policy for rules and regulations for Chromebooks.
One question on the previous one, progress reports. The last bullet says F reports will be mailed at progress report time and report card time. And the progress report time and report card time are how different? What are weeks? 4 weeks. So
Yeah.
4 weeks before the report cards, they'll get the.
And then they have that 4 weeks to bring their grade up.
Okay.
So I just added about the Chromebooks. Then on page 16, we do now have a doorbell at the front office, so visitors will have to be ringing the doorbell to be allowed into the school. So all doors will be locked except once they ring the doorbell, then we can unlock the door from our desk. And then,
Do you have video?
yes, it comes up on this little screen. Then National Honor Society is now looking again at attendance and tardies to become a member, and once they're inducted, they're staying on top of it, tardies. The other thing on page 18. We did add students will be dropped after 10 consecutive days because we do have to report them correctly. So once they get dropped, they get the letter. If they come back and re-enroll, then we put them on an attendance contract.
So the students after COVID or anything else comes back up?
No, if it's medical, no. It's just,
Unexcused?
yeah. They went to Hawaii for 3 weeks. No, I'm
Can I go?
summer, so. And
Do it on the weekend.
just fly over there and fly back. And then the last thing we added was on page 28. We included, and I think this is why Mr. Costa is here, search and seizure policy. And then for the full policy, I added in the board policy 3391, 3392, and 3393. But we gave a general description in the handbook.
So this is different than this, and, okay, this is the policy.
Yeah, this is mine is modified.
Okay, but this isn't the current policy, is it?
Yes, it is. Do you want me to speak on it real quick? It is the current policy. What happened is that some of the handbooks do not have that policy listed in their handbooks. It is district policy that they should, and it is the Palms and Associates that recommend that we have that either in the handbooks and or at registration or when a student transfers in. So the reason why there's the full one that's supplemental is only to insert into the handbook until the next round of handbook revisions for next year, then we can go ahead and adapt it as we see fit. Plus, at that time, we probably will review the 300 section of the district policies for the new changes if there's any.
So I was ahead of them. I did my book before she did hers.
She went to the law conference and got this information with us.
And this is reflected in our board policy 339-1.
Yeah, correct. And so like all the students at registration get a handbook, and we actually have students sign, parents sign, and we keep that page up front. So it's their responsibility to take home and read it, but they did sign for it. So that was all my changes.
I have a quick question. On page 15, this is the CAT team, or is it still about that or is it MLS?
And it's MLS.
I recommend that we approve the Cobre High School handbook for the 2022 to 2023 school year.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
So moved with any corrections that we talked about that you needed to do.
Good. Mr. Cordova made the motion, second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions, comments? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes,
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Avalos is here, board president and board members. Mr. Avalos is here to present the Snell Middle School handbook for the 2022-2023 school year.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spalletta. Obviously, we're at that point where we just got through a pretty challenging year. And obviously, at this point, we always look back and then we look ahead, and we're developing our handbooks to try to stay ahead of the curve of what is going on in our schools. We're going to start off on page 7. One thing at the end of our school year, we always have the 8th grade promotion ceremony, but it does come with some qualifications qualifying criteria. In years past, and I know Ms. Murillo could speak to this, where if a student, if they failed the math or they failed the course class of English for the year, either one of those will restrict them from being part of the promotion ceremony. But here, in light of COVID situation with students still getting into the ability to come up and do the best they can, we've had to add some additional restrictions. We had a number of students this year who failed more than one core class. It wasn't this per se just the English or the math, science and the history. We decided that we needed to go and bump it up a little bit and include all core classes. I know this was a discussion that we had even back when, if they were failing 2 or more core classes. Of course, we're looking at the year and they're going to advance up to the high school. We have to put some restriction on that, with the opportunity of maybe coming in and doing some summer school with us and being able to earn the opportunity to move up. But also, even the elective classes. We have had a number of students who were 8th grade students who now are failing elective classes for the year. And in order to give the electives as much justification as the course, you know, in speaking with the teachers and of course, not only the core teachers, but also the elective teachers, they felt that it probably was necessary to kind of put this bullet in there as well, in order to make sure that that is a qualifying principle for the promotion ceremony at the end of the year. There's still an opportunity for them to pass with additional, maybe going into summer school, getting some additional work done and being able to move up. And that's just one of the carrots for them to be able to stay on topic and pass to the next level. On page 9, we just had to add in a few different things about just making it clear in the handbook about what the role of the student is in the cafeteria, what they should be expected as far as behavior in there, and just emphasis on things that they need to make as a general type of behavior in there. There was 4 bullets added just to make sure that that is just highlighted and that they can work on that. And that way also whoever's enforcing or whoever's overseeing the cafeteria will also have light of this to make sure that everybody is on the same page. One thing you're going to see at the beginning of this year at the middle school, I have drafted up a pretty generalized, very specific type of training that's going to bring all the teachers together. We're gonna talk about everything that goes on as soon as a student walks on campus. When every teacher is out in the hallway, they're going to be doing the same thing. They're going to be bringing kids in the same way. They're going to be seating kids the same way, all the way from first period all the way to eighth period. We're going to set a real defined structure. I find that this year, just the fact that we had so many substitute teachers covering our classes, we had aides covering our classes when we didn't have substitutes or we didn't have teachers there, which, you know, really amounted to a lot of staff that was not there, which led to a lot of inconsistencies. This year, at the beginning of the year, I really want to get it back to the point where we are having consistencies. As soon as a student walks on campus, they should see the same thing for 8 periods every day. And that way, every teacher knows what they need to do as far as this is how we're going to bring them in, this is how we're going to release, this is what is expected in your classroom, even the setups of the tables in there, how kids come in and sit down, where they can put their backpacks. We're going to talk about everything because we really need to have a very consistent type of setup at that school this year in order for everybody and the kids to make sure they understand what their rules and regulations are. And this goes along with it, the cafeteria. Sure.
One is kind of the overall concept of this is very disciplinary.
Right.
And one of the comments I've heard of students that have moved, particularly from Stel to La Plata, is that
it was so relaxed. They could eat outside if they wanted to. There was an eating area out there. They could move around. And that kind of moves away from that, although I understand the dynamics that you're trying to address. And so I support what you're doing. I just hope that at some point we try to move to that more.
And you know, the school is capable of doing that. We have an area, when we set up the COVID situation, we were hopeful that we'd be able to do that, but what was lacking was staff to be able to cover that. So hopefully now we're getting back to full staff this year. That's good news. We're just about full staff, with the exception of one staff member. And hopefully we'll have more people to be able to cover that. And we'll definitely keep that in mind, because I'm open to that without any question.
So would that change then these?
Actually, these rules will still hold true regardless of whatever area they're gonna be in. Okay.
The student will remain seated through the entire bench period. That kind of doesn't facilitate. So,
you know, we'll look at that as a situation.
I can attest, as I worked at Snell
Right.
during lunchtime. I mean, it's not like they can't get up and go to the restroom.
Right.
It's like they're going to their friend to harass them, and they're just
That's
wandering
what
the
it is.
cafeteria.
Yeah, but-
And I know Snell had a lot of new teachers, and I think having this real structure at the beginning of the year not only will help the students, but will also help those teachers who are learning classroom management strategies and how to do procedures in their classrooms.
And keep in mind though, also lunch is broken into two sections. They're in the cafeteria eating, and then they still have an additional time to go out, either be in the gymnasium or be out in the patio where they can run around and have some fun. You know, it's not as restrictive as it is in the cafeteria. You know, so.
The language is restrictive, so that doesn't seem to accommodate that. And I agree that it does need to be, and I support it the way it is right now. And just moving towards it the other direction, I would hope.
And that goes along with restorative practice as well. And that's something that we can always look at, you know.
There's a couple of typos. The first highlighted bullet, it says rule infractions. It's infractions, I suppose.
Okay.
And second bullet, debris. And last bullet, students are to remain. It says students are remained seated. Well, I guess maybe that would be to remain seated. Be seated.
Okay.
And strictly.
We'll fix that. I need to get with you on that, right?
Strictly. Yeah, I already questioned.
You got it.
I read this.
Okay. All right, another area on page 11 has to do with cell phones. Okay, cell phones at our school were definitely a problem this year. The previous years that we've been there, we hadn't seen as much cell phone activity as far as non-compliance rules that we did this year. Students felt that they could, use cell phones at will, and we're going to knock that back down this year. And I know the high school also put a comment on that as well. But the fact of the matter is, I really pondered this one as far as going, and when students walk into the class, they're going to have a place to put those cell phones in immediately. And of course, we're going to have to work on some restriction policies and with the teachers, and not being able to have everybody have access to those areas and things like that. And the reason being is that students were actually, the rule was keeping phones in backpacks. Okay, they couldn't have them in their pockets. We were still having kids with all substitute teachers, with different people being in classes. We didn't have that structure, so those phones were getting out. And when the kids went to the bathrooms, they were TikToking. They were damaging. There was a big trend of TikTok this last year. We probably saw it more at the high school than anywhere else. I mean, at the middle school, I'm sorry. And we got to find a way of restricting them, being able to take their phones out of the room, and not doing the TikToks, not taking a picture. Hey, I'm now in the bathroom, everybody. Hello, everybody. Things like that. And then there was also bullying going on. Okay, we were getting some situations with students that were actually maybe they took a picture of a student in that class, and they were going in and going to the bathroom and then broadcasting to maybe putting some kind of emoji or something on it that just to try to make fun of them. We were seeing that as well. So we got to button that down a little bit, so that's what's going on with that. And it does state on there why, the reasoning for why we want to do that. And then on page 16, we just there, I had a couple of parents that were in on review of the handbook here, Mr. Horace Jaramillo, and we also had the other parent who was Kendra Wheeler, and we went through this, and of course it was the teachers, and he indicated that he saw the MLS on there, and he just wanted to make sure that we had a definition of what the MLS system was all about, and just of course is taking over the old RTI, which was the team that would get together, work with kids that maybe were having academic or even behavior situations, and taking a team approach and building a plan just to make sure that there was a little bit more success in the school by giving them supports. And then let's see where else. One thing that is something big in the state of New Mexico right now is something that's called restorative justice. And last year we did implement some restorative justice practices by bringing in a specialist with kickboard program that we started looking at, building opportunities for students to not deal with such a punitive type of scenario, and working with communication supports. And of course, we want to do that in a more formal sense this year, that we're going to have a plan on page 27 where we talk about phase 1, for example. We're going to, if a kid is doing something that they shouldn't do in class, of course, the teacher is going to definitely have control of that, in the sense that they're going to be very directly involved in bringing that student out, having a meeting with the students, and addressing, of course, during the course of the class, during the course of the setup of the class, they will be talking about what the rules, the regulations, the procedures are in those specific classes, and reinforcing those constantly throughout the course of the day, throughout the course of the week, all the way to the end of the year. And then, of course, we then build in the fact that if they violate those regulations, they will be worked with very closely with the teacher, with their dean of students, the administrator, and of course, most importantly, getting parents involved a little more quicker. That way that they can also be part of the solution to try to get that student to comply with whatever they're not doing in that setting. Phase 2 is just a little bit further, where we're now bringing it into the point where now it's possibly getting closer to the regular discipline scenario, which goes on from that point forward. And that could be all the way up into suspension. The phase 1, phase 2 could be just some detentions, could be some after school detention, things of that nature. Then it gets into the broader disciplinary scenario of in-school suspensions and out-of-school suspension if need be, and all the way up to expulsion if necessary.
Donuts with the dean every morning.
You got it. Any questions on that? All right, let's see where else we're at here. On page 39, I put that little blip in there. One thing about with Chromebooks coming in, it created a lot of new instances of what we have to look at and deal with. And one of them in our school was the fact that the students were using their Chromebooks to take pictures of students, and some to have, majority were to have fun, but some of them were used in the manner of actually now coming into the area of bullying, where they were taking pictures of them and posting them, and that needed to be put in here and addressed, so that we will speak with them and let them know that this is not appropriate. And then the other bullet down below says unauthorized pictures, and they were even taking pictures of staff members, and they were posting them out there, and we need to talk about that as far as the keyboard is unauthorized. Sure, if Dr. Spoletta allows me to take a picture of them and post it, that's a lot different than me taking a picture of them and then posting it on there with some kind of malintent on there. And that's something we really worked with on the middle school, for the middle school students. That was going on a little bit. So another area, a new area of concern that came up with the Chromebooks this year. And I think at the end there on page 47, I did also mention face masks as Ms. Montoya did. I will put in New Mexico PED and of course CDC guidelines, but I also put in there on the other side that face masks are still at the discretion of the students. If they want to wear face masks, they're more than welcome to wear face masks in the city. And that's addressed there. Let's see what else we have here. I think that's, and just of course, just to take caution that the COVID is still in the area, and we need to, take whatever precautions that they feel necessary. They still can't do that. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr.
Please answer. Thank you.
Is this one part?
Yeah, and then of course we will include the restorative, or should I say the search and seizure, which will go in here as well. And I'll forward you a finished copy on that as well as all of these school board members. Okay.
Mr. Board President and board members, I recommend that we approval of the Snell Middle School Handbook for the 2022-2023 school year.
Here's the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Molina, second. I mean, now, Chief, thinking of Caluto. I'm sorry, Ms. Murillo. Second. Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions, comments? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion passes. Elementary.
Board President and board members, Mr. Corey is here to present the elementary school handbook for the 2022-2023 school year.
Round three. So, good evening. I have the privilege, actually, I'm representing all of the elementary schools. So the only difference in our handbook, of course, would be on page 3. The staff list will be different for each elementary school. So other than that, they will be identical. So very, very minor changes this year. We removed some COVID language that were some of the things starting in the beginning of our previous school year. We also run page by page here. My first change is actually on page in between 22 and 23. So on page 22, previous to that is pretty much our elementary handbook. Starting on page 23 is our pre-K handbook. And what all of my colleagues have talked about this evening already is our search and seizure document will be added in between pages 22 and 23. On page 27 is our pre-K parent engagement activities, and those activities and dates have changed. And then the only other minor change we had is on page 28. That actually has George Peru up as the transportation contact. And we'll leave the number, but we'll remove the name. So other than what I have discussed, it is the same as previous handbooks that you have approved. Is there any questions? Thank you.
Board President and board members, I recommend that we approve the elementary school handbook for the 2022-2023 school year.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Board President, board members, Ms. Davis is going to present the substitute handbook for the 2022-2023 school year. I believe it's on your table. It wasn't in the packet.
No, but it's not on the fifth.
It's just right here.
Oh, okay.
Everybody have a copy?
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Scaletta. Actually, this is real easy because this is brand new, everything in here. So there's nothing to report on changes because we've never had one. And so Dr. Scaletta and I kind of worked on it and really integrated a lot of things that we were needing for our subs to have. And it'll be part of our training that we'll be doing those 3 days coming up. And so we'll be going over the handbook with every substitute. They will be getting them. We will send it to the schools, and there's copies there for the subs. So they have them as well, and we'll have copies here for them. So we're asking that you go through it and approve it, but it pretty much has the do's and don'ts, how they get paid, what they need to do in the classroom. They do have some resources and links that they can attach to look for information. They have my contact information if they may have any questions answered. And their responsibilities, that's one of the biggest pieces, is their responsibilities within the school. And also, who do they report to? And if there's situations, who do they report that as well to? So it kind of helps the substitutes as a guide coming into our district on knowing what to do at each one of the sites. And each site will also have something very specific for them because our sites are all different. So just like locations of things or what to do in different cases. So they'll be needing us. We'll have that during our presentation to them when we do our sub training. Any questions on the subtitles?
I noticed that the salary schedule is different, because it used to be like a set pay for the day, right? Like $100, $120.
And I didn't put those, it's more like they're hourly. So it'll equate to something like that, but it'll be like 100 and something.
So it'll be comparable to what other districts are offering.
That's gonna be added?
So if you look at it, it's just it's their hourly pay, but it equates to some around 100.
What page is that?
Page 6. So it doesn't show, she was saying the whole amount per day. It doesn't have an amount per day, it has just their hourly.
Yeah, it used to be like $100, $120 for a bachelor.
And that's what these add up to. Yeah. There is a clause on half a day too. And we'll be giving this, of course, to all the principals, so you guys will see it. It'll be on our webpage. Yes. Any other questions? So again, Brandy, okay, we'll make changes next year.
You said that the pay will come out to about $100.
130, I think. The highest is about 130, isn't it?
And how many hours would that be? The highest salary is 17,000, probably can be it, but the lowest one is 11.50 an hour. So how many hours would they be teaching?
7.75.
So
I believe.
be about $80, not $80 a day. Okay, multiply 11.5 times 7.5.
7.75.
7.7. That's great.
Is it all base pay for all schools?
So it's $80.
Is that what the state has? Just all base pay?
For the subs is different. And so that's something that we're still researching because they go up to $12 in January. And so we went ahead and changed it to that, to $11.50. And that's what we're researching to see if subs fall under that category, $15 too, because they usually don't get paid the same as an educational assistant, and that's where they start. So we're still researching that piece, and if it does change, then we will make that change, but right now, that's what it is.
When will you know that?
As soon as I get a response from tech.
Is it possible to table this until we know what the salaries are? Okay.
Thank you.
The other part is, I had a question regarding,
Would you like us to put the salary for each day, for each category? Would that be better rather than hourly?
yes. The limitations, or the physical demands, do those fit the criteria that would keep us out of a lawsuit? For instance, must be able to use hands and arms to operate online platforms. And
Which
computers.
page are you looking at?
Page 5. These do seem reasonable, but I'm wondering if they fall into a category that might cause us some problems of not providing adaptive equipment.
88 next.
Mhm.
Where you look on the very top.
Yep.
And which one are you questioning?
There are ADA requirements that we provide adaptive equipment. Would this be violating those requirements of providing adaptive equipment? If we require them to be meeting all the demands that you mentioned here?
I can look into it to make sure.
They can fill out the ADA paperwork and we can
And then,
modify it.
Okay, but as we have the physical demand here, it says they shall be able to use the keyboard, they shall be able to do.
I think they have to provide a doctor's note with the ADA paperwork on the rest for us to modify.
So is that referenced here though?
You want to reference the ADA form that they can fill out? Mr. President, board members, I recommend that we table the substitute handbook.
You heard the recommendation? Do you hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Guayana, second?
second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other questions, comments? Call for the vote, Mr. Guayana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Ms. Table.
Mr. President, board members, Mr. Diaz, our athletic director, is here to present the athletic coaches handbook for the 2022-2023 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Splitta. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. Hopefully I can go as fast as Mr. Corey did. So just start off on page 3. There's a strike through on number 6. Says head coaches are responsible to ensure. I think this is a redundancy, so we just took it out of there. Head coaches and sponsors to ensure all assistants and middle school coaches, sponsors conform to all district NMA regulations as well as set forth by this handbook. And so, go ahead.
I don't see that anywhere else in the document. So how is it done?
So, just Cobre Consolidated schools are members of the Mexico Activities Association and sports activities sponsored by schools are subject to rules and regulations, which is set forth by NMA.
That's in the school. It doesn't say the head coach.
Well, I think it's everybody's responsibility, not just the head coaches, to ensure that the assistant coaches are aware of this handbook. So I think it's everybody's responsibility, the individual's responsibility, not the head coach's responsibility, to make sure that they are following those rules. And it doesn't have to be a strike, it doesn't need to be, but I think it goes without saying that everybody's responsible.
Yeah, and this isn't saying that they're responsible for making sure they know the rules. It's impossible to ensure that they follow the rules. And that seems like that's a reasonable expectation of a head coach.
Well, we can leave it there. I just felt like it wasn't just the head coach's responsibility.
No, I understand that, but it's not exclusive, but it does say that if you don't assign it to somebody, then nobody's really held it on. You won't be able to hold a head coach accountable for that if they're not ensuring that that's being done. And I think it's essential.
That's no problem. We can keep that in there. That's not an issue. We will keep number 6. Number 7, high school head coaches must work with the feeder programs from the middle school to ensure seamless transition from Sonata to Cobre. There's sometimes a divide between the middle school and the high school, and I just think they need to work better together. This kind of goes with number 9. Ms. Acosta was suggesting with the search and seizure, coaches will contact the administrator prior to doing the search and seizure. So they will get guidance from us, but we'll also insert this search and seizure page before they do any of that. On page 7, it's a simple change from will to can include. Because it was the will include, it included a big list, which was kind of impossible for the coaches to be able to do. So can include, not limited to. Mandatory tutoring, lunchtime study hall, playing performances, time restrictions, travel restrictions, academic contracts, administrative athletic director, coach will monitor and build additional sanctions into the student's academic programs to ensure compliance. Now, especially when the coach does not work at the school that the kid's in, that makes it very difficult to make that a will. Ensuring that that will happen, but it can happen.
How essential are these A through F?
There are suggestions to making sure that the kids are getting their grades up. So there are certain things that they can do to ensure that the kids are bringing up the grades at progress report or before.
But when you put it to process can include, it means that it can also not include.
It also means that it can include other things, not just the ones here.
Yeah, but it does imply you don't have to.
Can include but not limited to?
It does say that. Can include but not limited to.
Yeah, but the can also says you don't have to do anything.
The will suggests that you have to do all of it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So, are you willing to? I mean, is it your position that we don't need to require it?
No, it's not that it does not need to require it, but it makes it very difficult when I have a coach that doesn't belong to the school to be able to ensure that all these will be done.
And it would be hard too if the tutoring program is not being offered, but they can go to a lunch hall study program because it works in their schedule. Like that might be enough to help a student get their grade up.
Right. It's just, I think the will is very restrictive, doesn't give them enough freedom to do other things, but also can include all these things. Number 6, any student who is placed in the alternative setting is no longer eligible to participate in any academic, athletic, or activities as long as they're enrolled in an alternative setting. These students can no longer fall within the 4.0 grade scale and have loss of privilege to replicate Cobre in any extracurricular activities. Moving on to page 9. School attendance. This is to help out with attendance. Student athletes who fall under 90% attendance in any class period will be placed on academic probation and will not be allowed to travel or dismiss early from any class to attend any activity or sport event. Attendance will be pulled at progress report and at the end of every grading period. Excused absences will not be calculated. The policy will be enforced regardless of academic standing. Now, this is to combat kids that show up for periods and then are on fifth period and are still eligible to participate in athletics. Attendance is one of the big things that we were lacking last year. And we had kids missing 40 and 50 days in certain classes and were still eligible based on our policies to participate and do other things. I don't think that's tasteful. So I think that will help combat this. All right, number 12. This was a little complicated because this was something that we deal with all the time. And this is participating in multi-athletic activities. We have students that participate in up to 5 sports and 5 activities, sometimes even concurrently. So there's multiple situations that arose last year that we had conflict with. So in addition, any students that wishes to participate in more than one sport or activities have written consent from the athletic director who must meet with both coaches and parents prior to participation to the concurrent sports. Although students may have a choice in determining practice, live season practice will take precedence to in-season practice. Furthermore, district games take precedence to regular season games. State tournaments and competitions take precedence over district or regular season games. And if such conflict occurs that coaches, students, and parents cannot come to an agreement, the athletic director will make the final determination.
First, any students that wish to participate in more than one sport. It says, this last part of that says, must meet with both the coaches and the parents prior to participation in current sports. Is the student supposed to meet with them?
Students and, well, I guess the language might reach, but we're all going to have a meeting together in order to make sure that this is a good idea for that student.
It kind of implies those students must meet with both the coaches and the parents.
Okay. Yeah, I will rewrite that language to be more clear on that. Thank you.
And is there any protection for the students who do get approval to do concurrent sports? But they have one coach who during the meeting might have said it was okay, but during practices and stuff, they're giving them a hard time about it. Will they have some sort of protection against that?
The only protection that they would have is if they would report that to me, and then I would have to talk to that coach and ensure that they're not putting any type of undue pressure. And I've always talked to the coaches, and I've told them, I said, the last thing you want me to do is create your schedule for you. So I give them an opportunity to work things out and work things out with the students. The biggest one, the hardest time in the year is probably winter, when you have wrestling and basketball, and those become really hard to do together. We have had it in the past where students try to do both, and it doesn't always work. Some students are really good at doing both things, and they are very dedicated and they can, but it's very few and far between. So we're taking kind of that decision away from them entirely to make that decision on their own. So we want it to be a collaborative decision where we can all work together and come up with a schedule. And if it's all agreed upon, then it shouldn't be an issue.
And does this cover like band and
Yes.
other sports?
Yeah, sports and activities, yes. Page 14, summer schedules are required to be given to the athletic director by May 15th of every year. The reason we added this one was because a lot of things are happening in the summer. A lot of people are wanting to use gyms, are wanting to use certain things. And it becomes very difficult when we want to do like travel to a camp and there's nobody to give us a requisition or nobody to put one in. They need to have all those prior to leaving, and we actually have somebody that can actually put those things in. So that's lots behind that one. Page 15, coaches are required to host an awards banquet ceremony no more than 2 weeks after the season. I know with COVID, kind of things have slowed that down. I know this year we even had some fall banquets here in the spring. I think this ensures that we recognize our students and their accolades and things that we're doing. So that makes it that we do that right away and recognize these kids right away. And I think that is it for that. And so, based on the recommendation, I will conclude number 6 and then fix the verbiage on the meeting will be fixed. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Board President and board members, I recommend that we approve the athletic coaches handbook for the 2022-2023 school year.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second? Second by Mr. Cordova. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana. Aye. Ms. South, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Jay?
At our previous meeting, we looked at a resolution from the New Mexico Department of Transportation. Done a little bit more research. So in your packet, you have a proposal letter that we sent to the Department of Transportation on March 8th of this year for the roadwork drainage project at Central Elementary School. Then you have an estimate by a company in Deming and excavating company for $32,300. Then you have a preliminary funding letter from the Department of Transportation from April 6th, 2022. You have our acceptance letter from April 11th, 2022. So our contribution is for this project is $8,075. It's at 25%, and anything over the project total. So speaking to a few other people, we did talk about this at our finance committee meeting, that the project is probably going to cost more than that total. More than that, I'm not sure. I think we can afford that with our facilities and maintenance budget for this upcoming year. Yes. Any questions about the resolution?
I'm glad to see the estimates provided and the source of the estimates, plus the material, at least the description of the property being affected drawings. And so that really was what I was asking for last meeting. I'm glad to see that.
It did take a while.
But thank you very much. I think it gives us a much better way to approve it. The price changes. How much change do you think?
I didn't get the recommendation, or I didn't get the estimate, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it due now, or?
Is it what?
Is it due now, or you can?
I think we've got a little bit of time, but not much.
Would it be wise to have the estimate resubmitted? Or?
I don't know.
Are you
I think
comfortable?
I don't know if that's going to be possible or not. If we can do that or not.
Okay.
I recommend that we approve the resolution for the Department of Transportation project at Central Elementary.
Here's the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Cordova, second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions? Call for vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Board President and board members, Terry is going to present the pre-K budget for approval.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. In your packet is the line items for the 22-23 pre-K budget. For the most part, we did go over it in finance. For both of it is salaries for the 4 pre-K teachers worldwide, as 4 elementaries, and then 4 instructional aides also for 4-1. Their benefits, the allocation for transportation at the bottom was $70,000. The 1112 job class is for principals. The grant allows for 0.12 of the principal salaries, so that totals up to the 0.5. So it's 0.12 of each of their salaries. Any questions? We did include Serena, just as we discussed.
Yes, I was gonna say, thank you for putting that in there.
This did go through the finance committee then.
Yes, it did.
I recommend that we approve the pre-K budget for 2022, 2023.
There is a recommendation to hear motion. Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana? Aye. Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Motion passes. Move this to the, review bills.
In your packet, you have the review bills for May 26th through June 16th. These were also reviewed by the finance committee. You have your summary with the check register, and then also included behind it is the detail with the description of what was purchased or what services were purchased. Are there any questions?
These have already been made.
Yes.
So the only thing that can be provided from that is clarification.
I'm sorry?
So the only thing really provided is clarification. There's not something else that can be looked at. And why is this one on, like, for instance, a spreadsheet versus like this one comes off of a machine?
They're the same, they're spreadsheets, it's just a different format. The top one is from the actual check register. If you notice, the difference between the front and the back of, let's say, Amazon, you have an operational Amazon check number 22439, but then you have a whole list of Amazons that includes all the invoices that were included in the Amazon check.
So how come this is not the check register?
It is.
This is not the check register?
They're both spreadsheets. They're just dumps. They're dumps out of the system.
So the data on this one doesn't have this narrative that is provided here?
No, because this is from the check register. It's only pulling you the checks. It's not pulling you the detail. This is from the accounts payable side that lists the invoices and the invoice description for each of the invoices. So these are checks and the other ones are invoices.
And I had requested it because being new, I didn't know like what Air Gas USA does.
And we had talked about it before, and we finally agreed that it was a good idea to put the description. But they are both, they're exports from the system.
So this could be, the data here could be exported with the description?
No.
because the check register doesn't give you the description. Because Amazon for $15,000 is about 25 invoices. And that's what you have on your back sheet, is the invoice.
So this data is provided here.
Yes. The check
This is a
numbers
summary. on
The
the
check
summary.
numbers are on the back that show for check number for Amazon 22,439, you have all your Amazons listed. So it transfers over. I picked Amazon because that has multiple invoices.
So, okay, 22.
Because Amazon goes on for 2.5 pages.
Sorry about that. Okay. Of course, I'm interested in a lot of the legal fees. And the one that I'm looking for right now, the first one that I see is 24,445 and 22,445. And I see it go from 22,435 to 22,447, not providing the ones in between.
They're in descending order.
Well, seems like they're in ascending order.
22,445. It's on the, oh gosh, they're not numbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's on the 8th page,
Each page.
number 8. So if they're front and back, yeah.
Okay.
Did you see them?
Yeah, I see them. Don't see the information that I'm looking for here, so I guess I'll make that request separately.
In equal, just so there's some where the description only has what the PO had on it, which is very general. And so it doesn't detail the invoice detail that shows exactly what was paid for that can pay you.
I'm particularly interested on any payment that may have been made and or reimbursed related to the representation of 2 board members on the recall.
Do you want me to email me?
Sure,
Or Dr. Spoleta?
sure. And I've got a receipt here for I paid it. And I'm not gonna show it to you because it's right there, you can see it from there.
You paid it to who?
Hmm?
You paid it to who?
To the school because it was illegally made. It was illegally billed to the school, so I had to pay the school, so the check on the other end get cleared.
And I did the same on the other part.
So we were told that it was being made, there was no objection by any board member, except for the fact that it was being made.
But we didn't know who that it was being made. We did not know that the lawyer had billed the school for it. Once we knew, we paid the school for that.
The attorney told us that the school was going to pay, and you were there, as well as Frank, as well as Serena. And we all heard her say that the district was going to be paying your representation for the good of the district and referred to some conflict resolution, and that you guys have been provided consistent leadership for the last 30 years, and that was the justification for it.
Hey, gentlemen, can we move on to the bills?
Exactly.
We don't need to.
We don't need to.
That's consistent.
I'm sorry.
I know that he was looking for that.
Can I recommend that we approve the bills that Terry presented, that went through the finance committee?
Here's the recommendation, do I hear motion? Motion by Mr. Coulter. Second? Second? Motion failed, but do elect a second. We can approve the bill. M,
We discussed having an auction, removing some of the old vehicles and miscellaneous items that have been stored away in our shed and out in our back behind our district office and our maintenance area. We have a list of vehicle disposition, vehicles that are no longer being used. Some are burnt from a fire. And she's gonna pass around an updated list with VIN numbers to you. And
The list that was in your packet was not the last two vehicles because we were trying to get the bins off of the burnt cars. So it just adds two at the bottom. Yeah, so we just added two.
can you explain the process of
Yes.
getting the vehicles also?
Yes. So, pursuant to, the New Mexico State Statute 13-6-2, sale of property by state agencies. There are different procedures for if something is worth over $25,000, over $5,000, but less than $25,000, and under $5,000. So none of these vehicles are worth over $5,000. So the descriptions that I put in your packet that show PED approval is needed if it's more than $5,000 and less than 25. The State Board of Finance has to approve if it's anything over $25,000. And the Office of the State Auditor just has to be notified of disposition and approval by the board for property to be disposed of. The disposition may be made by negotiated sale to any government unit or of an Indian nation, tribe, or pueblo in New Mexico, or by negotiated sale or donation to other state agencies, local public bodies, other school districts, state educational institutions, or municipalities. And also do a sale by public auction. Destruction, which would mean that if something is broken, we can go ahead and delete it and dump it, as long as we let the state auditor know if it's still on our inventory. Disposal of hazardous materials and sale through solicitation of written bids through the state purchasing division. So, that's what the PED website says. The more specific NMSA 1978-36 also includes, that it means disposal by means of competitive sealed bids, public auction, or negotiated sale to a private person or to Indian Nation, and so on. So that's the statute, section 13-6-2. So on here, we have the vehicles. Our preferred method is to go ahead and receive written bids, post it on the website, and receive sealed bids, and then have a public opening. We can also have a public auction. Either way, the people would have to notify us to come and see the vehicles, and then we, for them to get the description. The lowest bid would be published in the paper that says that we won't accept less than so much, depending on the estimated value of that item. Mm-hmm. The minimum bid. So we have $19 cars and Suburbans or vehicles, and then on the buses we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buses. So all we need to do there is we need to just have board approval to delete these off our inventory list, and then we will notify the state auditor with the board date that shows the listing of the vehicles, and then we have to wait 30 days for the state auditor to have the letter, but we don't have to wait for approval because they don't give it. They just say, we need your list.
So when can we have the auction?
The auction would be 30 days. We could have it no sooner than 30 days from today.
I recommend approval of the vehicle disposition list that Terry presented.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Dio, second? Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions?
I have a question regarding, maybe it was the wrong regulation, but the regulation that, 36, I'm sorry, what is it? 13-6-1. And it required, the governing authority to, that had specific requirements for the governing authority, including reviewing and participating in certain activities and naming a committee of 3 that would look over the condition and report the condition of the vehicles.
I did print out 6-1, but I think 6-1 specifies more municipalities than
It refers to PED as well.
they refer to PED.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't print that one out. I just printed 13-6-2. they're a little bit different. One of them is authority to sell or dispose of property in general, approval of appropriate approval authority, which I stated as far as the State Board of Finance can be, or this one says disposition of obsolete, worn out, or unusable tangible property.
Should we use that for the shed items?
The vehicles might fall under that as well. Number one. And I think actually that makes sense that it would fall under there because it requires a better assessment, including person of that can appraise the vehicles and kind of come up with a value for.
Which one I would have to get PED to state which one,
That would be a good idea. Okay.
because on the, here's your copy. Because on the PED website page, the one I included in your packets, they just reference six in general, so it could be one. But the top.
Might be specific to what he's talking about, provides for.
Over there. Yubi, come here. Come here.
No, I won't.
We can hear you.
Sorry.
So, I mean, if the process needs to be reviewed again, I don't know if we need to go ahead and make the list to the state auditor, that's not a problem. But assessing the value of it before we auction it off, I mean, in an auction though, if you have an auctioneer, you're just gonna have a number of individuals, then they will set the minimum value.
But in terms of the process, in terms of it better defines the board's role as well as the committee's role, the establishment of the committee and their role, if those are applicable. Could the motion be to accept what we have now and explore to see if there's additional processes that need to happen?
Ms. Beal's already made a motion, right?
No.
I don't think I have yet, but so I guess my question is, so the difference between 6.1 and 6.2 is 6.1 is items that are worthless, that are obsolete. And 6.2 is things that might have some value. In regards to vehicles, I mean, even if they have firecrackers blown up the engine, I mean, there's still parts, you know, for people who like sell parts on eBay. I'm sure they could still salvage stuff from there. And I guess I don't see.
But because we sell them outright, somebody might not want to bid on the whole car to get, you know, the parts. It just depends because, I mean, we've had instances where they don't bid on the car because they don't want to take away that whole body and everything and have to dispose of it themselves.
And it does say or other or unusable tangible property. And what I was looking at specifically on this is things that have a current resale value of $5,000 or less, which I think a lot of our vehicles fall under that category.
Everything on this list falls under that.
That's why I'm saying.
Because it's already been fully depreciated.
That's why I was saying one was applicable.
So I can make a recommendation for the list and then I can follow up with the specific other requirements.
Yes. I would think.
Board president and board members, I recommend that we approve the vehicle disposition list. And then I'll follow up with specifics after that.
Here's the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
I thought you already had a motion. Sharina made the motion and Brian seconded.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, you already had the
Okay.
motion.
Sorry.
Okay,
So this
call for the vote.
one, yeah, that's where I was.
Mr. Guadiana,
Oh, yeah, because discussion comes after the motion.
Mhm.
Okay, you're right.
I'll vote no in favor of an amendment.
myself, yes, Mr. Cordova,
Yes,
Mr. Murillo,
Yes.
motion carries. 3 to 1. Okay, it moves us to unfinished business.
Ms. Varela has taken on the Central Gym project and she's going to do a presentation for us tonight about the Central Gym project.
Mr. President, members of the board. So in looking at the Central Gym project, I mean, I know that we did pass that extension letter. So based on the current status, we have 2 budget estimates as the gym currently stands, which is a 6,120 square foot building. We have a budget estimate from ESA for 1.886 million. We have a budget from Classic for 1.8 million. As you all know, we have about 1.1 million left from the bond for this project. So based on that fact, we have 4 different options. We could cut items out to try to bring the price down lower than 1.8 million. But the building that we have currently is a bare bones building, so there's really nothing that we can cut from that. The second option is to find additional money, so find more money to get the 600,000 additional money to make that size gym. We could resize the gym, or we could shift the money to somewhere else. So the option that I've been exploring is the resizing of the building. Antonio and Victor and I did take a ride out to Lordsburg last week. They have a gym at RV Trader that's about the size of the dimensions here that we're proposing. So the current cafeteria dimensions that we have, which is what Central is using now for their gymnasium, as their gym, is a 71 by 46 or 3,266 square feet. The new proposed gym that we're looking at has a play area of 60 by 47, which is 2,820 square feet, with an additional 720 square feet for bathrooms and storage. The building that we visited in Lordsburg is 55 by 40. So we would actually be a little bit bigger than the gym that we visited in Lordsburg. So where we are now is looking at district approval. I mean, the board has already approved for us to move over to the Central Gym. So looking at district approval to go with a smaller building. So this would require us to revise plans based on the new dimensions. The district would approve the plans. Then we have the civil engineer to complete the civil engineering plan. We obtain bids and negotiate a contract, have a pre-bid meeting, submit the proposal for approval to PSFA, and the survey has already been complete. So all those items that I just read off would leave about 90 days, which would put us looking at October 1st to break ground and begin construction with a projected completion date of June 2022, which is would be in alignment with the extension letter that we just approved earlier, looking at the specific dates.
You mentioned the survey. What was the survey?
The one that they did on the survey of the land, right? That's one that's already been completed.
Okay. Not public input.
No, it's the survey of the space where the gym is gonna be put.
And there have been samples taken already of the land, of the grounds, the dirts, the.
Yeah, because that was that core, what was that?
Yes,
piece
the,
called?
it would be a core,
That
yes.
that was done, correct?
Has the PE teacher at Central been involved with discussions at all?
No, I did invite Miss Bedu to go with us to Lordsburg, and I did include her in the ideas of what we were having with going to a smaller building. She wasn't able to go with us, so I didn't include the PE teacher, I included.
So this building will be smaller than the dining area then for the students?
Yes, it would be slightly smaller because the dining area is 3,266 square feet. And we're looking at a play area of 2,820. So it would still be a metal building. The advantage of this is that at some point, if we ever decided to have another bond down the road and add on to it, we would be able to add an extension onto the metal building to make the full gym. So this would kind of be comparable to maybe like around the size of maybe half a gym. But again, in going to the gym in Lordsburg, for the amount of space that's needed for an elementary gym, it would be okay. It's not regulation size for official basketball games like middle school and high school. That would be appropriate, but for the uses and purpose for the elementary, it would be this place.
So the expansion would be on the 47-foot side or the 60-foot side?
So the length, it would be on the 60-foot side because the width would be 47. It would be on the 60-foot side to go up to 120, which is what the original plan was. Baseline was 120 feet. Okay, and then my next item is playgrounds. So we have been doing work on the pre-K playground, so I want to show you some pictures of before and where we are now, and then just talk a little bit about phase 3 of the different playgrounds. So this was Bayard Elementary before. This was on the side of their playground. This is what it looked like, and this is where we are right now. They did today put the canopy up, so that is there. Right here on this side, you can see they are going to be putting cement, like a cement retaining wall right there. So Bayard Elementary, as it stands right now, would stay with the dirt. We are able to use this piece of the playground because there's no safety features with some of the apparatuses that students would have to climb on. That would be a safety feature. So we are going to be doing a phase 3 to this project. Phase 1 was buying the playground equipment. Phase 2 is installing it. Phase 3, we would put some of that that rubber, what's it called? The rubber surfacing would go here. So we are going to be submitting a requisition. We already have the bid on that, so we'll be submitting the requisition for that after July 1st, after our new fiscal year starts. This is Central Elementary. This isn't quite the pre-picture, because even in this picture, you can see that we've already extended it. The playground needs to go to about right here because these barriers that are here were about at the halfway point. So those were moved. The playground was extended. So again, it was about up to right here. It was extended with all the barriers now up against the actual fence. We put in all the wood chips and the canopy. So Central is completed. This is Hurley Elementary before. This is Hurley Elementary now. Hurley Elementary is complete. We did put the wood chips in here as well, so this is ready to be used. Again, the fence, Educator paid for the fence, we paid for the installation of it. So that's complete.
There's no barrier there that goes along the fence, that plastic barrier?
Not at Hurley.
Why is that?
Actually, I thought that we had put the barrier around here. Honestly, can't tell you, because I didn't,
You could check into
the
that.
gate was locked, I couldn't get in.
Yeah.
I will look at that, because I do remember it saying somewhere on the contract that we did with them about not having enough barrier was not, on them if we ran out or something, so I will look at that and see. This is San Lorenzo before, this is San Lorenzo now. San Lorenzo is not complete, so the way that the playground is now, it is not usable, because there's no, surfacing on the bottom, there's no wood chips, there's no nothing here to prevent kids from getting hurt if they fall. So Mr. Corey is aware this cannot be used as it is. So phase 3, we've already got the quote for that. We're working on the purchase order. We're gonna put in, not the rubber turf like at Central and Bayard. Mr. Corey, they wanted, the turf, artificial turf. So that's what's gonna go here. So we're gonna put in the artificial turf and we're gonna put in a cement track for the bicycles. But the turf is gonna take at least 8 weeks to come in. That's what I said. But Mr. Corey said, we've not had this playground for years, another couple of months will be okay. But unfortunately, because it doesn't have that, we can't use it right now. The other thing, Mr. Corey wants that we're gonna look at as well as putting a fence like we did at Hurley around the playground as well for more security for the kids. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell.
Thank you. We just do,
No,
no, we did the gym and the playground.
yeah,
Item C,
Mr. Board President and board members, you had asked for leave calculations for a previous superintendent, and those are in your packet, the leave detail for that employee. As far as answering questions, I think we probably need to go into executive session next time if we're gonna talk about personnel. But I want to provide this for you so you would have it.
And I appreciate the detail on it. The only thing that I didn't see that I was on that and it didn't make clear as to who reviews and approves the leave applications.
So it's usually the board president and the
That would be the only one.
the staff that would get those also.
The staff would get a report from the board president that will approve these.
Got to be a combination of that, staff and board president.
Does he do the same type of leave request that teachers do? Okay.
And so those would go to the board president and then they would get turned into.
So they should be on file somewhere.
Would you like to do anything further with that detail for the next meeting?
The detail is submissions. This goes into a bigger issue, and that one I think we're going to cover here later on. It also relates to the 4-day work week and how that affected leave, and or whether that 5th day was, if there was a 4-day 10-hour day versus a 4-day 8-hour day, and how that is working on how's that working for the calculation of leave and the accounting of leave. And I think we'll probably get into that issue with the discussions on the current environment, current work week.
I guess I have a question. Some of these have a date, the from and to, those are the days taken. And if the granted is like months later, why is that?
I don't know, those are system generated reports, so I'm not sure that field, how that field works. We would have to ask the vendor.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Well, because I know as teachers, we're required, like, for personal leave to request 2 weeks before, at least, right? 2 weeks, and then bereavement, you get it in as soon as possible, and I mean, I thought that was just standard policy.
And the worst case scenario, is that this could amount to, a gift of public funds if we don't have sufficient documentation and calculations and taking into consideration, the work week changes. So I think closing this, investigating it to a point where we can reach a point of closure is important. And so I will take another look, knowing that I already missed something that's so glaringly obvious. But also the compilation of the leave requests, the reviews and signed signatures of that would be helpful. But the answer about, it being a system generated thing, we don't know. There at some point should be, this is what was done and this is how that was recorded there.
I can find that information out.
Thank you for getting this.
Yes.
Mr. Board President and board members, I did get some information on the audit that I would like to share with you. Mr. Stone has communicated with us. So the audit for 21-22 was submitted on Friday, June 17th. On Thursday, June 23rd, he contacted me and said the state auditor's office reviewed the report, requested some changes. He made the changes. The state auditor sent an approval letter this past Friday. So we're waiting for a release letter. Once we receive the release letter, there's a 5-day waiting period from the date of the release letter before the audit becomes public record.
Okay, and is Mr. Stone going to come over and?
Sure, he said he would before, but I can talk to him about coming to our next meeting.
Yeah, because normally before we receive it, before we release it to the public, he comes over and gives us a rundown of the findings before it becomes public information.
Do we want to have a special meeting for that or do it at the next board meeting?
Yeah, we can just do it at the next board meeting.
Okay.
We were waited this long, so.
So the state auditor approved it on the 24th? You said
This past Friday, approval letter, yes. But we're still waiting for a release letter. We're supposed to get that soon. Should be any day now.
Release letters.
Okay. Any other questions on that? Brings us to public input on anything on our agenda. Okay, thank you.
I have something I wanted to add to the public input. That relates to a sale of a previous vehicle. Now that we're talking about that on the agenda. On June 23rd, 2021, there was a sale to Jose Carrillo for $100 of a 19, and the receipt read 1988 Chevy S10, total loss, and also included an HP laptop. I'd like to know how that transaction took place, and what I've been provided a number of documents, and one of them includes a letter from Mr. Mendoza stating that the finance director was in charge of, was authorized to sign the sales documents, and she did. But I don't see any part of where public notice, any public notice was given of the availability of this vehicle for people to have an opportunity to bid. I don't see the participation of the board being involved in putting this vehicle up for disposition. Although there was documentation provided that in the 2012, there was an action taken to put this, to dispose of that as how that relates. And then this thing says total loss, and there's and so was it a Chevy S10 to begin with?
No, that receipt is incorrect. I promise that it's a that, but it's the pre-classic station, I guess.
Yes. And how would that then? How did that become a total loss? That one a total loss.
Because it was deleted in 2012 from inventory with a value of $200. Then you fast forward to 20, fast forward 9 years, it's that much less, and then it was burned. So
That one was burned because the one there is the burned one is still there. There wasn't two of them.
it wasn't in the same area where the fire happened.
Because there's a staff member that said that used to drive that car, and that was recently.
That's all I know about.
So what? That's where, like, I have that thing about the three people looking at something before it gets sold. So one is, was there public opportunity to buy the vehicle? Was it advertised?
So it would have been on the same list of those buses.
And that was 2012.
Correct.
So that list is what we're using as notification for a sale that happened in 2021?
Well, I don't know the details. I mean, I would have to, like, I don't know what I would have to do for 2012 to see if it was bid on. Obviously, it wasn't bid on.
Well,
those ones were done on a written bid. So obviously, it wasn't bid on because nobody took it at that point.
Yeah, and I don't think any research has to be done. If it's sitting here and that was done, the research that I'm asking for is, was there a 30-day notice before this sale on June in 2021? And that's what you can respond to.
Yeah, not again. Obviously, it was just done in 2012 and it wasn't done again.
So it wasn't, okay, so that's conclusive. There was no 30-day notice of it. There was no other opportunity for anybody of the public to participate in this.
Only in 2012.
Correct. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Can we take a short break?
Just a short one.
I got something for the board, like stuff out of office.
This is one of those paddling things.
I think we need a little break.
I think so too.
Mr. President, is that all right?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're in recess for a few minutes.
Oh, I didn't have to eat. What's that? We come back from recess at 7:52. It brings us to new business. We have a special recognition award. Come up here, Joyce. Want to give you a little clap, Joyce. Presented to Joyce Barrera with appreciation for enduring commitment as interim superintendent. Congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Oh, right there. Can't read with them and can't read without them.
Mr. Board President and board members, I wanted to share a little bit of information about the Equity Council. All school districts in the state must have an Equity Council to ensure the work of the Martinez and Yazzie lawsuit is carried out. The lawsuit challenged the state's failure to provide students the programs necessary for them to learn and strive, especially low-income Native American English language learners and students with disabilities. So the court order has been in place for an Equity Council since 2020, 2021. So we're going to need to post our Equity Council on our website and as well as the council members. So 15 members are selected for the Equity Council. One board member can be on the council. Some of the deliverables of the Equity Council are completing a readiness survey assessment for the district, having a district equity plan, culturally and linguistically responsive framework, and a report of tracking of our funding for our at-risk students. So those are some of the things that the council is going to need to do, and it's fairly new, but we really need to have this in place, fully in place this year. So there'll be all four of the student groups need to be represented on the council: low income, Native American, English language learners, and students with disabilities.
So the members, are they teachers, staff members,
They can be
community members?
They can be all of those, all of our stakeholders. So there can be students on there, there can be a board member on there, there can be parents, teachers, but they have to represent, we have to have somebody that represents at least one from all of those different groups.
I had a teacher reach out that would like to be on it.
So I've had a few so far that have contacted me.
Okay.
And so I don't have any specific ways that we can do it. It's supposed to be for 3 years at a time, rotating terms where they, like an election almost, but you don't have to do an election. Any questions about that?
So, is each school gonna have one, or is this a district-wide?
It's a district committee team. So I put it out there for everybody, and I'll talk more to the principals when they return from their break about it.
Do you have a timeline as to when that's going to be put in place?
Well, I'm hoping over the next month and a half, we can get everybody in place.
So this isn't an action item now, so.
Would you like it to be an action item? I was
Well,
giving you.
I don't think we need to be an action item, it's something that's mandated by the state.
Ms. Burrell and I have been talking about it, so I just wanted to let you know about it and invite one of you if you're interested in being part of that too.
I am.
We'll just do item C. Working hours is there.
You asked me to look into the working hours to make sure everybody's working the correct hours, and so Ms. Davis has done a lot of research on that.
So, Mr. President, members of the board, members of the, and looking at that, the 3-hour requirement hasn't met. And so we are looking at making sure that it's met. And we should have something, in place by tomorrow.
And this is 40 hours where? Who?
Custodial maintenance, district office, and then we have to look at food services because I don't think they fall under that requirement. So they probably will not follow that because they're just a little different.
Have you done a review of the contracts?
There's no hours on the contracts. There's never been hours on the contracts for these people. It's mostly hourly people. And there's never, we never have an hour of how many hours anybody works in our district.
And so would this include the administrative team here?
Correct.
And so the contracts not having an hour
They
specified,
don't have how many hours you have to work per week or anything like that.
do they have the number of days? And has the number of days changed from before it was a 4-day week to after?
Say that to me one more time.
The contracts that existed prior to the board electing to go to the 4-day week, did they listed the number of days, and I assume they did. And did that change after, for those positions that you're talking about now, did that change after the 4-day school week was approved by the board?
If they changed after being approved,
No, so the 4-day week was approved in 2017. I think in February of 2017 or just a little bit before then. And so the contracts before that listed the number of days that people had to work. So was there a change
it's not been adjusted to reflect the correct working days.
after that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, because we're still working the same amount of time.
No, and what I'm looking at out of the amount, the positions that you mentioned there, like custodians, maintenance, admin.
It's a 12-month contract.
It's a 12-month contract?
Yes. That's what these people call it.
But yeah, what I'd like to see is the before and after, the before the change and after the change. Particularly here in the admin office. So a contract that was done for administration, I don't think was an HR one because there wasn't an HR staff person at that time. But say for finance, see what the contract was prior to the change and then after the change.
So you're talking about the hours.
No.
The contract itself,
It's the
see the days, yeah.
Okay, so go like from the 260 to the 220.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of questions, and I'll tell you through experience. But you mentioned custodians, maintenance, cafeteria workers. Those are considered hourly employees, correct? Those are on daily overtime, as far as I see it. Now, when you go to the office workers here, most of them are on salary. Okay, so that would be overtime after weekly overtime. When I was involved in it at 2 of the other places that I worked at, we had a big to-do on that because, like, for example, okay, you've got the days paid that are on daily overtime. Okay, you could say start at 7, end at 5 or whatever, that's their work day. But when you have a salaried employee, whenever you're going to have a meeting here, it starts at 4 o'clock. or a meeting here, like for the people that are recording this stuff. They are on weekly overtime, so, and then if you're gonna do comp time, that complicates the whole thing. And basically, you're gonna have to start paying overtime, and where is the money gonna come from?
So district administrators are expected to work 40 hours a week, and if they work overtime, they're not gonna get overtime for that.
They're not into weekly overtime?
No. They should be working evenings and weekends. The
Okay,
majority of- the
if you
majority
got,
of here
if you
do.
got, if you got a person that you got on a contract, say, for example, you gave them a contract and it doesn't tell you how many hours or whatever, but it tells you 200 days. And if that person starts looking at their time and say, okay, come May, I've completed the number of hours that I need, you're gonna let them go?
So, no, if they're, what is, are they exempt, is that what it is, or not?
No, they're exempt, but they're also covered by the law.
But, I mean, coming from human resources in Las Cruces, everybody in our department worked probably 60 or 80 hours a week. There was no extra pay or overtime. We worked on the weekends, evenings, it was just expected as an
Almost
administrator.
being a teacher, right?
Well, the
So
teachers the same
teachers
way.
have, but they have contract hours. They have like 7.75 hours they have to do a day. Even though they have 180 days, or whatever the contract may say, like you have to be there at 7:30, school starts at 8, school ends at 3, you have to stay till 3:30. Like we have contract hours as teachers. And we don't get everything done during that time, and we take it home. We do it on the weekend, and it's just part of our salary. It's part of our job.
Well, same token, you got a football coach. He's here for 7.7 hours a day. Okay, he's coaching football, and he's here for longer hours. And then he goes on trips and stuff. You're giving him a stipend of $10,000 a year. That's not considered overtime?
Administrators don't get a stipend like that, though. It'd be nice if they did, but they don't. They don't get stipends for anything extra.
Teachers
My experience
Football coach,
as an administrator is exactly that. You work days, weekends, nights, whatever it is that's necessary to get the job done. And overtime is something that is a very well-known subject. And if it were something that was going to be paid, it would be included in the contract. If it's not included in the contract, that's a very conscious choice. Then if it's not in the contract, it's not paid.
Mr. Portola, where would come into consideration would be like you were saying about the business and the finance staff. If they're in non-supervisory roles right now, they're in salary roles. So yes, that would be a point in contention because they're not considered exempt from overtime. They're non-supervisory people. So those people, we have to rethink whether or not they should be working more than 40 in any given week. So you're right in that respect because they would be eligible for possible overtime in the non-supervisory role. You're right in that because those people whether they're saying they're salaried, they are still shouldn't be exempt from overtime because they're not considered exempt because they're not in supervisory roles.
Okay. Thank you.
So you're right in that respect.
So you asked me to research this, so we are making sure that everybody's working 40 hours a week. So we talked to maintenance and all the different departments we've talked to make sure they're working. Some are working 5 days a week, some are working 4 days a week, but they're going to be working 40 hours a week.
It's a move that represents a change from a very loose accounting or accountability for staff, including the part of chasing down the hours or the vacation time of the superintendent. It was up at that level as well. and the hours, I think are an issue that should be factored into that calculation. So it is a grand move in the right direction. And I appreciate the effort going there. And I think it's something the public has been aware of for a long time and has suffered through that. And so I think this is, again, yet another effort that you're taking that restores faith. And so I'm very appreciative of your efforts and staff.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis. This moves us to item D.
So, Mr. President and board members, several of you asked me about our attorneys. Why do we need multiple attorneys? And so I just wanted to see if you want to have a discussion about that at all. I'm not making any recommendations or anything, but I just wanted to put that on the agenda if you want to have any kind of discussion about that.
Yeah, and I had a question. When we got at our last meeting, got the Walsh Gallegos retaining fee, we're paying them. And then I noticed we have multiple firms we have. And I'm assuming we're paying retention fees for all of those different firms. And if it would be in our best interest to consolidate and have one firm, one for the board, for the district, for the special ed department.
And there's also I would agree with that. And I would also say that the extent to which we're using legal opinions for even IPRAs, all of them, and going through every single document really demonstrates a couple of things. One is our inability to perform at the level that is being compensated because that job is under a particular description, which is the superintendent. And if it is that they're not competent enough to make those kind of decisions on their own, I understand going to training and becoming more adept to that, but to just farming that off at this extremely expensive rate, where we've gone from $20,000 a year to over $100,000 a year, is inexcusable. Another thing is, I think we're suffering from a very poor quality of legal representation as well. And we should be looking at expectations and deliverables that are representative of our payment. This recent fiasco is one that definitely is a great example. We can talk about now being a legal payment made illegally under the guise of our attorney speaks volumes in terms of where we're at with the quality of that or lack thereof of representation. And I would like to see a proposal come from the superintendent on a suggested stated district representative, and we go forward with that and only make exceptions to that when they're not capable of providing the services, or if there's somebody better suited for particular services, as are in various disciplines of law, then those would be the exceptions. But having so many on at the trough, for the lack of a better term, is not providing us consistency. It's not providing us open accountability. And so I would hope that we would come back in the direction of limiting our pool of attorneys to the minimum amount, and relying more on a consistent and quality measure of representation.
I think that, if I may, Mr. President, I think that right now is not the time to be discussing changing attorneys. And I think that when you are asking for IPRA, and you are asking personnel, and you're asking some of the stuff that the attorney needs to rule on, no matter who you've got, you got to go through them. to take care of that. But I think that at this point, I say, yeah, we should think about it, but this is not the time to be changing attorneys.
Mr. Cordova, when would be a good time?
A good time would be after this lawsuit is over with, after this recall is over with.
But the district's representation has nothing to do with the recall.
Oh, yes, it does. With us, it does.
Well, it shouldn't, though.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't. We're board members and we're being, the law firm is to protect the board.
The board, the whole board.
This
But
is
so
the whole board.
But if our district is going to pay for you two to be represented.
They're not paying, they don't get that, right?
Okay, so you're paying them.
Yes, we're paying them.
So then that has nothing to do with the district.
Yes, it does.
What I can do, I can see we're getting off task a little bit. So what I can do is research this, Ms. Barella, and I can get together and review the attorneys that we have in place and then bring some information back to you guys and see if that's what we want to do.
And at this point, I think we got two firms. Two firms is just what we got.
Yeah.
We don't have a
In the
whole bunch
review
of.
of bills, there's been 4.
There's quite a few more.
No.
That's not something that can be discussed because that was part of the DPH, the due process hearing. And that had nothing to do with the retainer of the attorneys. It had to do with the settlement of the due process.
So the 4 firms that come up in the review of bills, that have come up in
It's
the
only
review.
2 of them that are regular attorneys that are on retainer for us. That would be Cuddy and the Walsh. So anything else?
So
And would this be something the board would have to approve, or is it something the superintendent decides to do?
Well, this is the board's attorney, so I think I feel comfortable bringing it back to you guys and letting you guys decide.
You could do a request for proposals and they could review the proposal.
Yeah, and that would be the other part. The attorney representation hasn't been provided in accordance to policy number 188 in terms of presentation of the amount of time that it's going to take, specific issue that has to be reviewed, and why it is our staff are not competent in that. That's probably an easier case made with attorneys, but also the time frame it's going to take, how much it's going to cost, and the board review of that hasn't happened.
We'll do some research and bring it back to the board so you guys can make a decision on that.
And I should say that hasn't happened until recently. At least now we're starting to see some of it. I appreciate that. Again, a sign of a step in the right direction.
Mr. President, is that all right with you?
Well, I agree with Mr. Cuervo. This is not the time, but and I'm only one board member here.
I mean, we don't have to do it immediately. Unless it's up to the board.
Yeah, we can do some research on it, but what I see is that some of the lawyers that we have represent the board. The others represent special ed, because they're not all the same specialties, and that's where some of these lawyers fall in.
Well, that could be part of the research, is seeing, we've already paid the retainer fee to Walsh and Gallegos. It's a firm with many lawyers, and so to see if they do offer a lawyer for SPAD and a lawyer for a board and a lawyer for all our different needs, but it consolidated within one company.
I'll do the research and bring it back to you, and I'll.
Thank you.
Okay. Just to F. E, I mean.
So in your packet, I provided some information from the fire marshal. I figured that I needed to really share this information with you. So on June 13th of this year, the state fire marshal inspector came to the district. Well, the state fire marshal and the local fire marshal, or local fire chief, I guess, The inspector was Kyle Marshall. So he was following up from a visit. He came on June 4th and from January 23rd of this year. So he said we were non-compliant in a lot of areas. In fact, he said with almost all violations from the past, we were non-compliant. So I wanted to let you know about that. I feel like that's really important. I don't think the school can continue to operate in a manner that puts the students and staff at safety issues. So the admin team's been working really hard to get a lot of things fixed in operations. So I'm hoping that we can bring this to the finance committee and help them, or bring some information and quotes to them as far as getting some contractors to fix some of these problems that have been ongoing for years. So I'll probably, for our next finance committee meeting, I'll probably bring a lot of these estimates to get a lot of these things done. I think we have funds that we can do that with. Our maintenance staff can't handle the number of problems. I don't think, with the things they're doing for the schools, get the schools ready for school, and then all of these really ongoing problems from the fire marshal. So I know I gave you about 35 pages of information, so you saw the things that need to be fixed. So we'll work with getting some contractors to work on those things.
Will these things be done before the school year starts?
I'm
This is very concerning. If my children are going to one of these schools that, you know, it says original date 11/15/2018. Does that mean that's how long ago this should have been fixed?
I don't know the details of all of them. In fact, I've been working on other issues with operations, so I'm hoping that we can, in the next few days, we can get a clear picture of all of those, have a contractor help us get everything fixed. But I thought it would be fair to bring it to you to let you know what was going on.
It's more than fair. It's yet again, another area that we've been led to believe was we were in compliance. Certainly whenever we have received reports that the fire marshal was here, they would identify some of the deficiencies and present us statements of compliance. And just that being, I should say, they will verbalize that we were compliant. And clearly that hasn't been the case. And again, this is the transparency and the accountability that we've lacked for such a long time. And so again, I think this is an effort, this is an initiative that will again start addressing the public's perception and trust, improving the trust. So I am very grateful that you're going forward. I understand that this is far beyond what any one person could do. And if your direction is to obtain contractors for that, that would certainly be something worthy of the board considering if you choose to go that route. There are so many different things that you're attending to, and this just exponentially affects it. So I thank you very much in bringing this forward and keeping us abreast. It's not to say that we're here to hear, we're here to come down on things that are not being done correctly. That is our job, certainly. But this is also the venue for us to fix things. Knowing them up front gives you the better ability, us knowing them up front gives you the better ability to tap into resources and express to the public that we're doing the things that need to be done. And so I appreciate that direction, and I hope that you use us as a sounding board for ensuring that we have safe environments for our children and successful in everything else that we're intended to do.
I'm pretty optimistic that we can get these things fixed. We do have some older buildings, but I'm pretty optimistic we'll get all of these things fixed in a good amount of time before school starts or close to the beginning of the year.
Okay, we'll just talk to item F.
So item F, Mr. President, board members, is safe schools training. I think I've got a packet in there for, actually, I made copies of the packet for you, so I'll pass this around. This is updated just a little bit.
Yeah, this is one of them.
So I just wanted to run this by you. The administrative team and I have talked about this. I've talked about the union president. There's many trainings that our district staff need to meet federal and state requirements, to improve safety, to improve, reduce incidences, and reduce insurance rates. So the benefit of doing this training is to lower budget dollars by reducing workers' compensation, property and liability costs, overtime expenses, training, and legal fees. On the second page, you can see some of the school districts across the state that are doing this training. There's a lot of them, from larger districts to smaller districts. These training modules are all done online. The third page has some of the top modules that are done across New Mexico. You can see sexual harassment, FERPA, health emergencies, bullying are some of the more common ones across the state. On the fourth page, you can see an example of some of the courses, and then also some of the state and federal regulations that say we need to do these things. Really, all of them have some kind of a regulation attached to them, from cyberbullying to drug-free workplace, health emergencies, Title IX compliance. And on the last page, there's two of the newer ones. House Bill 128, that's legislation protecting students in New Mexico from sexual and ethical misconduct by teachers and school employees. So I don't know if you're familiar, there was a recent big lawsuit, Espanola schools, of a staff member that went from school to school molesting kids, and the Human Resource Department just kind of blew it off at each school, and finally they caught it. House Bill 128 puts a lot of things in place, so there's background checks, but it also has training for staff members as well. So I just wanted to bring this to you and show you. We've been talking about doing this. Of course, it takes time. And first thing the union president asked me, are we paying the teachers to do this? And I said, well, no, we can't do that. So we're going to have to, if we decide to do it, we're going to have to find time to do it within our professional development around the school day. Some districts require it as for all their staff, like Las Cruces requires it for all their staff, and they don't give them any compensation for it. But we can do something like this, or we can be subject to a lawsuit if something happens.
In looking at say, after I got a chance to look at the document too, I could say that in the past, a lot of that work training was done within the first week of school. A lot of those trainings, the sexual harassment training, several of those trainings have been covered in the past.
Yeah, and it would be nice. I mean, they're very short modules. I'm giving them time on a professional development day to do that.
The ones that are in here, if we did all of these, it would be about 5.5 hours of videos and assessments. So I just wanted to bring it to you. We're going to talk about it, the union president and the admin team, to see if this is something we want to do or we're going to wait. Some of these trainings we have to do, so we have to find a way to do it. If staff members aren't used to doing it, they're probably not going to like doing it. So, and I was going to show you online how one looks, but I think for time, I'm not going to do that tonight. But
do you get like a certificate when you're done with it?
You do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think doing all 5.5 hours in one day is a good idea, but maybe getting the most important ones done at the beginning of the school year, and then giving some time throughout the rest.
We can schedule them however we want to. My previous district, they were assigned in July. You had until October 1st to do them. If you're a new employee, after October 1st, you had 30 days to do them. But we can spread them out throughout the year. But I'll continue talking with the district admin team and also our union president to see if this is something we want to do.
Thank you.
The next item, Mr. President and board members, is you asked me about putting this on the agenda, public use of track in the stadium. I think that you wanted to have a discussion about that.
We went out and solicited votes for the improvements from the Bond Act and built impressive fields, have great accommodations for the sports. But then we took away the use of that same area, although it's very much improved, from the public. And I mean, for the years that we've had it, I've gotten hundreds of complaints, especially from seniors. We have a nice walkway now along the highway. The dilemma with that is you have one place to park, and as far as you walk out, you better be able to make it back. The advantage of having the circular track is that you're always within proximity of your transportation if something either comes up or something happens. You're also more in line with more people so that if something does come up, maybe there can be more intervention or at least the calling of an ambulance or something like that. And we've taken that away from people without any input.
I got no problem with them using it, but keep their dogs off of it, because you walk down through there and you see people leading a dog, and I mean, it shits right on the track or it shits in the football field. And we need to have some kind of control if they don't bring their animals.
Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. And that's what we had when we had the grass field too. We had those rules. So there needs to be proper signage. And what the amazing thing is that people even police themselves there. I've seen a lot.
Can I say something? In the past, when we had discussed this, it was agreed on that the field would be accessible, would be open to the public whenever the school was either in session or if they were having football practice or whatever was going on. But once they ended that, they would lock it. And the big problem was, number one, the dogs. Number two, people with bicycles. Number three, four-wheelers. And that's what kind of, I think that the principal from the high school, the athletic director, and the coaches were very much involved in making that decision. And they were the ones that were having to get called to come on out and see what they were doing with the track. Because of those bikes and those four-wheelers really mess up the track. And that's what has happened in the past. And I understand that the public wants to go about this time or later or whatever, and that's what was happening.
Is there a way to like lock it all up except putting an entrance? Kind of like when you go hiking, you know, they have those entrances where you have to go in and turn, and so you can't take a bike through there, you can't take anything. You could just take a body through it.
And the dogs?
And so do the community members police? I mean, I know if I was allowed to, because I drive all the way to Silver to walk at the field every day. And so if I was allowed to walk here, it would be a lot easier. And you can bet I'm going to be calling someone out if they have their dog out there. And maybe if the community knows, if people are bringing their dogs or bringing their bikes, it's going to be closed again. And so maybe they would be more willing to speak up.
I know there were signs there.
There were signs there.
It didn't help much.
I've seen very little of signs, but I've also seen that people actually police it without the signs. And but it leaves them in a hard predicament when somebody asks. It doesn't say we can't do that, but the signage is important. Certainly, the physical barriers to keep the bicycles out are important. People can take them off, but they can do that right now too. They can do that right now, and to bar everybody that follows the rules is making them pay for something that they're not responsible for. the risks that they're saying exist now, and there's no denying that. Anybody there can jump the fence. Anybody there can take their bicycles over the fence. Certainly, they shouldn't be able to put a four-wheeler in there. That should at least be physically limited. We have a camera on there. If we put proper signage, and then we put the phone number of the local police department to say, if you see any reports, please call this, and we can offer a reward in case that there's something that's being done that's inappropriate. And we can prosecute those, if we do have a camera, to pay for any damages that they do. I think there's a million reasons that we could say that, this could happen, but the reality is that our football fields did exist. There were some areas that they may have been abused. This area is much more expensive in case it gets abused, but I think the community is more aligned with it and more supportive of it, and would really be offended to see anything being done, and would quickly call the police if it is that somebody's there. Locking it up when nobody else is here, that's fine. That's perfectly acceptable. But there are times that people like to walk at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night, and I don't think if there's somebody here, all they have to do is drive by every now and then and check. So I think we can make hours that we're open, and after that it's closed.
Would you like me to do some more research into that?
I think it's something that it's your call. And as a board member, unless you're wanting to poll us to see whether we favor one way or the other, that's fine.
Should I put it as an action item for the future?
I think that would be a great idea.
I think it'd be okay, but we need to set some time that at a certain time it's gonna be locked.
Yes.
And no dogs, they get, you running a dog in there,
Absolutely agreed.
you're gone, no more use.
Absolutely agreed.
And if there's more than that, then close it again.
I'll talk to the high school principal, the athletic director.
Go ahead, Sandra.
So, during the summer, the custodians are gone by 5:30. So if we're gonna wait till the custodians lock it up, it would still be locked by 6.
And what time do they get there?
In the summer, they're getting there at 7:38. Now I can unlock it when I get there about 7:15.
I'm sure the hours would be greatly appreciated, and if they're limiting, we can deal with that later, but for right now, opening it up would be a really great thing. And in the winter time, 6 o'clock is way late, so.
Yeah, I think that would be a good start.
And then also you have to remember at night, the view, the cameras, if there's not direct light, it's hard for us to see who's actually doing what on the field.
Yeah, and that would be true whether they were open during the day or not. That's what I mentioned in terms of the current risk of something happening is real right now, even though we're not allowing people to be there during the day. Somebody can still break in at night and still do that. So that's not changing from just because we open it up during the day.
Can I ask this question? We do have the track at Bayard that is also not used. We can encourage people to use the track at Bayard for walking on.
You mean the football field?
Because I know that the high school track is a huge investment for the district. And the track at Bayard is a dirt track that sits there unused 99% of the time.
Where is this?
It's below the middle school.
Oh, okay, so that's way out of sight from people, the isolation, it's where we worry about javelinas coming in.
New fence there.
They fenced it.
Yeah, there isn't one.
They fenced it now,
You fenced it now?
Yes. Yes, it looks good.
but for the four-wheelers and the javelinas.
We can certainly encourage that, but to me, it's still, if you had a choice to walk on and you were a member of this community paying property taxes.
I walk at San Lorenzo.
Yeah, I walk in Fort Bayard.
At the track at San Lorenzo.
Yeah.
It's the dirt track.
Yeah, and it's not so much that it's a dirt track versus the track it is now. It's where they had been walking for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And then we changed that and said, then closed it up.
I get that, but like in like larger school districts, because I was in Albuquerque, like the high school.
They're locked.
The high school campuses are locked down because there's so many valuables on a high school campus that can be damaged and vandalized, and the elementary schools are generally where they push people to go do the outdoor activities. It's on because it's a dirt lot, it's grass, it's not like the expensive stuff. And it's just a suggestion.
And another alternative in that vein would be to create a track in the parking lot area where it's lit. And people then could walk on that. Down there in the bottom, it's not the safest place for people to walk. And you got a series of stairs to go up and down to get to it. Between the Snell and the field down on the bottom, there's probably about 20, 25 steps.
I think you might be talking about a different track.
Maybe so. I'm talking about the football.
The one directly
behind
behind
Bayard.
Oh, Bayard Elementary School, okay.
And there's one by Snow.
Yeah, but Bayard
That's the one
Elementary.
you're talking about.
Yeah, I was talking about the one above Snell.
Bayard.
Yeah, but again, there are certainly viable exceptions, and maybe some of them are using it. I don't know if anybody's using them right now.
See some morning walkers when I get to work.
But in terms of responding to the questions that I've been asked, which is why isn't the high school open? That's I think what is that considering here?
I can do a little research and present some more information back to you guys.
Okay.
And I know it's late, but I'd like to remind all of us about our board norms.
So, Mr. President and board members, the board evaluation training, we did one that I kind of created with a rubric. If you still have it, if you'll turn that into me so I can tally all of them. But you also asked me to look into the New Mexico School Board Association training, self-evaluation training module. So I contacted Hugh Prather with the School Board Association. He said there's a module, a 1-hour virtual module if you're interested. There's no cost to members. And the purpose is how the board can improve its processes and governance is what it's called. Actually, I think I have a copy of it too. I'm sorry. I'll pass that around. So I don't know if that's something that you would like to do for the future. You asked me to look that up, so I contacted them.
So the training would not be in lieu of the self-evaluation, but it would be how to best use, develop, and use an evaluation.
I think it encompasses more than just evaluation, yes.
Okay, so, yeah, certainly something we can, I don't mind getting on this and checking it out, and then we can make a decision where to go.
I don't know if you want to include that in one of the board meetings or do it individually or how you would like to do it. Or if you do.
That would not be a bad idea to do it during our board meeting. I don't get them on as long as this one. Which is pretty rare. I'm for it being in a board meeting.
like I told you, when I called you, I was a little bit confused with the whole thing because the title on it says board self-evaluation, self. And some of the questions and some of the, what is being asked here is to evaluate the board. And it is self, and when we've done it before, it's been a self-evaluation where you evaluate yourself to see how you are doing, not to rate anybody else.
I think that's why going to this training module offered by the School Board Association would be beneficial, so we could get things, questions like that clarified.
They do present it at the law conference and at those other conferences. There we go.
I would also like to mention that our school policy, our Cobre policy is that this board self-evaluation is an evaluation of the board as a whole. It's not board member self-evaluation, it's board evaluation. And it prescribes what areas we need to look at, such as strategic planning, such as governance, such as following policies. That is in our policy, and that defines what a board self-evaluation is. Why there's a question as to what it is, I don't know, because the policy very much answers it.
Did you fill one up?
Yes.
If you haven't in the past.
Have we ever had one?
Yes, I got it right here. When we did it.
And that corresponds to our policy?
We did it and you didn't turn one in, we did.
That corresponds to our policy?
Our policy doesn't say which kind of evaluation, what form we have to use.
No, that's correct.
That rubric that I provided all of you, it has all of the areas that the policy stated. It does.
That's what we need to be.
Now, if you'd rather go to the school board one too, instead,
that would be a violation of the policy.
So I think this board self-evaluation training module is would be a first step to determine what a self-evaluation entails, what kind of questions we should be asking ourselves. And it also talks about that we're not just asking ourselves, we're asking others to evaluate us as well.
It's pretty in-depth.
And so I think we need to do this board self-evaluation training module. Since there seems to be a lot of disagreement on the board on what it even is.
I would agree with that, incorporating the rubrics that you generated.
I mean, I can just take all those and tabulate them and give them back to you, but I can also sign you up if you'd like for the other training.
I think the board as a whole should do the training. That's nice. Because there is obviously disagreement on the board on what it is. So this could help us as a board work together to figure this out.
Mr. President, you.
No matter to me either way.
Okay.
It brings us to I.
So I wanted to let you know for the policies that we've been updating, we're going to spend the next 2 days from 4 to 7 p.m. working on the hundreds. We've completed 32 and we have 31 still to review.
In the hundreds.
In the hundreds.
I mentioned the suggestion at the last meeting, which didn't really occur because it was noted, but if we could identify the policies that we're going to go over ahead of time, some of us, certainly I would take the opportunity to look at it before coming to the meeting and having prepared myself for response to it rather than reading it at one time, chasing down which other policies it affected and that kind of stuff. So the more we know about what policies we're going to look at, I think the better prepared we can be.
I was gonna ask if, I know you're keeping track of like the checklist of what we're doing, right? Diana?
I'm just writing down the days that we've looked at them and highlighted them. And Mr. Guadiana is the one that's been documenting all the changes.
I don't have that many policies. I have very few.
If you make.
You just have the ones where the changes took place. If there's no change, I wrote no change.
Okay.
Can I get a copy of that? And I can make like a Google sheet and like share it with everybody so they know where we're at, which ones we've done, with what changes we made, and just so we can have that, Gilbert.
Yeah, that's good, but it's a matter of prep before the meeting. If we know which one we're gonna be talking about, that's what I'm talking about.
So for example, we're gonna look at you 1250, be 1300, 1400, like.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Please review on before we meet.
Yes.
And if you
certainly,
want to get that information.
That would be up to you guys, because remember, I'm just, when you give them to me, you guys have to take care of your paperwork.
If you, I can take care of it.
Okay, I'll give you a copy of this, that way you can see it, and then you can start doing that.
If that's okay, is that okay with the rest of the board? That I
think we're the only ones that attended.
And just send it out to everybody. I'm gonna continue.
I'll include
just
you.
to kind of help you guys out.
Yeah. Well, I'll make it view only.
Okay.
So they can't, make comments or edits. Yeah, they'll be view only.
Cool.
That should be okay. That shouldn't be violating, right? Because we're not,
I don't know.
it's just, well,
Say
it's
that
just,
again?
it shouldn't violate any open meetings act. It's just saying what we have reviewed and what we are going to review.
Yeah,
From
and
your work
that's,
session and just putting it
that's a compilation of things that have happened in open session, in open workshop.
It's kind of like your documentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I can even, well, I'll talk to you about it later.
But also, maybe this would be a good place to put on the website, policy review, and then workshops, when they're scheduled, what policies we're gonna look at, because it's really hard to keep track of these meetings because they change. So I would appreciate having one page to go to and knowing that I have the most updated information on the policy.
Do we have a district calendar on our web page that shows like, this is the board meeting, this is the finance meeting, like events like that?
We're working on
Along with
revising the
everything else,
website,
yeah.
so probably going to be a little bit of time, but we're working on it. So Mr. Lewis has been waiting patiently.
Yes.
So I'd like to introduce our union president.
And I don't have much to report at this moment in time. We have exchanged rules and regulations for how we're going to do collective bargaining with the district. We are going to be exchanging proposals back to one another on July 18th. So hopefully we can ratify it early in August, the new contract. And then we're still working with the finance committee to see if we can't find a salary schedule. And other than that, the union president is about to go on vacation.
Oh, good. You deserve it. Enjoy.
Three pages for the charts.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I'm passing around a list of bond projects. I know you've asked several times, and our finance team has put together a list of all the bond projects from the 2017, I guess it's 2017 bond. So you've got phase 1 and phase 2. So
May I ask one question? Insurance, passing out stuff. Do you know who we are as far as the steel workers coming in to represent the non-teacher?
It's going to require I do know that like we've looked into bringing those other members into our union. We are not going to be able to do that without decertifying the steel workers union. So at the convocation, I'm going to be working with I'm going to encourage the non-certified staff to meet with me so that I can help them get moving towards what they need to do on their end in order to get their contracts negotiated.
Thank you.
that's right. So I just handed out the bond projects that you had asked several times about. all the projects that the bonds supported. So this list is a comprehensive list of all the bond projects from phase 1 and phase 2, and it shows our remaining balance and the, I guess the budget for the central gym. So the large sheet is more in depth. It has the different contractors and fees that were paid for each project.
Where is the remaining balance?
I think the remaining balance is under the central gym where it says, will begin October 1st. $1,137,000.
Okay. Okay, I was looking for something that kind of said remaining balance.
So remember, it was a $7 million project, so phase 1 is $3,500,000. Phase 2 is $3,500,000.
That's what confused me. Phase 2 is up on top.
And phase 1 is on top. This is all phase 1.
Oh, okay. And then central gym is up here on phase 1.
Yes.
Should it be there?
Yes, central gym was always on phase 1.
Okay, but it's. Okay, it's because it was never central gym, it was a wrestling gym. And now, okay. Okay.
So you can see it under the auxiliary gym, it was reallocated to the central gym.
Okay, okay. Okay, that makes sense now.
Thank you for this.
Sure.
And I was just, I just remembered, Joyce, Senator the one at turf on that playground, there was some rolls of that turf left over from the baseball. I don't know where they're at, but there was some turf.
Victor just told us about that. They're,
I heard that also.
they're in the bin at the warehouse. The warehouse bin.
We can look and see if there's enough. Does anybody have any questions about the bond projects?
Can this part be put on the website?
I think we already did.
You already did? On the .org one?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen it, but I haven't looked at it for about a week. That's about all.
I'll make sure it is, unless anybody has any problems with that.
For a reader, including myself, the totals on phase 1, where it says the budget is 3.5 million and the total spent is 2.3, there's not really an understanding of what the gap is.
So the projected amount and the total is different in a lot of projects. Sometimes it was over, sometimes it was less.
This is $1.2 million.
Well, that's our money for the gym.
Okay, so that
$1.1 million.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that doesn't come out logically in terms of if you're reading this. If you put this kind of in parentheses, maybe that basic for total use, never mind, but showing a deficit of this part. It's just the numbers person in me in terms of saying, hey, wait a minute, there's 1.1 missing here. And to make that tie to central gym, you can explain that to me, but if somebody sees this on the website, that's not as intuitive.
I can revise it if we need to.
I would put just a footnote here, reflects the pending construction of $1.1 million for central gym. The difference reflects.
Okay, I'll get it done. Anybody else on the bond projects? So on operations, I wanted to let you know that the administrative team has been working really hard on picking up some of the duties of the operations department. They've done a great job actually with transportation, safety, maintenance, and facilities. So they've all done a great job. Salary schedules, you asked me to work on salary schedules, and we met with the finance team and didn't get very far, so we're gonna have a work session on Thursday this week to look at it again for salary schedules. Summerfest is July 30th, so that's our back to school event for kids and families and staff members. It's gonna be at the high school from 9 to 2. Backpacks, t-shirts, school supplies, games, and food. Annette Acosta is the chairperson for that, and she's had quite a few volunteers that have helped out so far.
There's like 40 people.
I think we've had about 35 or 40 that have been constantly coming to the meetings and supporting.
I was told there was one this morning as well.
Yes, I missed the one this morning, but yes.
Yeah.
There's some fundraisers in your packet also. The high school volleyball team is doing 2 different fundraisers. One's July 4th. They're selling team apparel, actually selling fruit cups to the community to buy team apparel. And they're doing a double food app for awards and team apparel. So those are 2 fundraisers for the high school.
When is this?
One's July 4th and then July 28th.
And where?
Actually, the double food app is popcorn, and then they're selling fruit cups to the community also. It doesn't say where they're at.
Probably the golf park. Right, 4th of July.
Yeah.
And so our admin team met with the facilities people last Friday to talk about the 5-year master plan. And so the draft should be ready for review at the end of August, and that'll be a 5-year plan for 2023 to 2028. And I think that's all I have to. Oh, there's one more thing actually. Ms. Davis, do you want to report on the job fair? I thought it was pretty successful. She did a great job.
I thought that I was reporting on that. I was done. Good night, guys. We did have a job fair on Wednesday the 23rd at Bayard Elementary from 10 to 6. We had some of the principals and Varela came out and helped, and so I appreciate all their help. We had 25 applicants that showed up. We had 2 applicants for our success attendance coach, 13 substitutes that were looking at the permanent and also just being on the substitutes. So depending on how we're able to go forward with permanent subs, those will be some of our candidates for that. We had 1 candidate for the early childhood coordinator family engagement position. We had 2 for the reading coach / ELA, because we had the ELA at the high school, so they were wanting either or. And then we had 1 for the art / family consumer that we have to fill at the middle school. And fulfill that one. We had a long-term sub all last year. So we had 1 applicant and we were excited to have him come on board. We had 2 people that applied for the lunch monitor, either for Hurley, Bayard, or Central. I'm not sure who's going to be picking them up. 3 educational fellows program. We had 3 candidates from our district that are pretty close to 2 years or a year into finishing their educational degree. So they want to come on board with the fellows program. So those are some that we're going to be talking about and bringing up to help with the schools. And then we had 1% for the director of operations and transportation applicant. So those are the people that applied for what they applied for. Any questions?
That is awesome. But one thing I'd really like to see is the fellows program really be advertised more. And that would be by radio, by the paper, by whatever it takes.
Her and I are going this week to do a radio broadcast in Silver City.
Cool.
And we do have And we do have some of our own staff that has inquired about it, so I have, I think, 3 or 4 people. So that'll give us a total right now of about 7 people for that, so it leaves us like with 3 slots left. We only got 10 slots for right
Yeah,
now, but
but-
I know that they told us that we can get more if needed, maybe.
Not only that, it's supposed to be an application process that we make a selection, so getting more than that. If you get only 10, then there's no application process. They were chosen
Yeah,
before they
no,
started.
they have to go through that too, but I know that we have about 4 of ours that are wanting to apply for it too. So that's what I'm saying, we have a total of 7, around 3 slots that, that are still not, so if they apply for it, they can be possible fellows.
And Western would be another good place to put that out, I think.
They originally told us 15, so.
Okay.
When she
Oh,
said,
yeah,
when
she
she
put
said
10,
10, that
we
was
have
the first time I
15,
heard
sorry.
10.
No, we got told 15. She changed it to 10.
And she even told us we could have up to 20 if we had that many people interested.
So we need to get those numbers up, and that's such an excellent opportunity. That's such an excellent opportunity. So, and in 2 ways, one, that it brings new people here, but the other part, it brings the teachers kind of interacting in what it is they do, and brings their focus back rather than just managing the class for the day, which is really cool.
Okay. Moving to public input. Anything from the public? Anything out there? Okay. Items for next meeting.
A list that I've compiled here. So hopefully the reading of the 100 policies, hopefully we can finish those this week. Being optimistic. Hopefully we'll have an award letter about the fellows, MOU from New Mexico PED. The student athlete handbook from the athletic director. The substitute handbook will get that revised. Hopefully Mr. Stone will be here for the audit report. I don't see any reason why he won't. He'll let us know, I'm sure. And disposition of the vehicles, more details on that, and then we can go into executive session and talk about the leave details too.
Peace.
Anything else anybody would care to put on there for next time?
No. Motion to adjourn. So moved. We adjourn at 9:04.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for the sandwich. Thank you for your patience. Thank you guys for the support.
Troy, do you have a minute?
Yeah, let me run through the system again.